Hello and welcome to the Society of Antiquaries. My name is Anushka Lester. I run the lectures and the conferences here. We have 3 conferences every year, and it is a huge delight to welcome you all online and in person for the conference that we're having today. And I have to say that when we received this proposal, for me, it was an absolute no-brainer in terms of how these organizations align with the Society of Antiquaries, and particularly in the interest of communicating them, working with the public around the material past. So we're really excited to celebrate that with you today, in the room and in person. I'm just going to do some really brief housekeeping, and then I'm going to hand over to Michael and Susie, who will get us started properly. So a few things just about using this building. We're so delighted that you're here today. You only have access to the ground floor, and there is no food and drink in this room. And it's really wonderful that so many of you have made it here in person despite public transport and the rain. I will say, if anyone has anything very, very damp, if you could take it outside and put it in our cloakroom, just because you'll see we have collections items everywhere, and just we want to maintain the right conditions in here. So you'll be using the ground floor during the morning break and the afternoon break. If you would like to go up and see our library, I would really encourage you to do so. I'm biased, but it is an extraordinarily beautiful library. And I will also say, I'm obliged to say, that if you are not a fellow or an affiliate member, but you would like the use of our library and this building, you can join as an affiliate member. Anyone can join as an affiliate member and become part of this community that celebrates the material past. And then finally, in terms of housekeeping as well, if we have a fire alarm, we do not have one scheduled. We'll ask you to leave calmly through the front entrance where you came in and assemble at the Joshua Reynolds statue, because that's the kind of organization that we are. So without further ado, I'm going to hand over to Michael and Susie, but thank you so much for joining us here today.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thanks for that. Welcome to this joint Portable Antiquities Scheme European Public Finds Recording Network Conference. Discovery, research, publication, advancing archaeological knowledge through public finds. Some of you will know me fairly well. I'm Michael Lewis. I was previously working for the Portable Antiquities Scheme from 2000 until 2025. And this is my colleague, Susie Thomas, who is Professor in Heritage Studies at the University of Antwerp, and we've known each other for a pretty long time. Together, we're founding members of the European Public Finds Recording Network, but Susie's going to tell you a little bit more about that in a second. So when Susie and I saw that the Society of Antiquaries of London was inviting submissions for conference ideas, we really thought we should go for it. And to that end, we're very grateful, of course, to the Society of Antiquaries for going with our idea, supporting this conference with the lecture theatre, the technology, and the refreshments, etc., which obviously allows us to do a conference a lot more cheaper than it would be otherwise possible. So it's really great that they went with this idea. We're also very grateful to our colleagues in Portable Antiquities and Treasure, notably Ian Richardson and Jess Romano, but the whole of the team really, for their work in pulling together the conference programme. Essentially, I think we just dumped it on them when I kind of left PAS, so thanks for that, and I'm sure Ian will have more kind of thanks at the end. Invariably, we've been a lot more hands-off than was envisaged, but I think the programme looks terrific. So I hope you'll have a great conference and enjoy the day.
Michael. So warm welcome from me as well, also to our friends online who are watching. I'm Susie Thomas, as Michael said. I'm one of the founding members of EPFRN. Quick few words about that. EPFRN is a network of individuals, either working in organizations which are busy with heritage management, especially in the context of working with finds discovered by the public, and also from academic researchers and students who are interested in different aspects of this. And that's everything from digital humanities questions through to artifact-related research, through to social and sort of heritage values questions. So we're very multidisciplinary. The network includes members from England and Scotland, but also from Belgium, the Netherlands, Germany, Austria. I'm putting myself on the spot now, I should have written these down. Hungary, Czechia, Estonia, Finland, Norway, Denmark, and Sweden. Did I miss anyone? I don't think so. I hope not. But it's forever expanding, and it's an area of great opportunities for exchange, for sharing ideas and new research, and also finding partnerships as opportunities come up to do things together. 2 years ago, we decided that it would be nice to start to have an annual meeting. Previously, we've tried to meet when there's been a few of us already at a conference or something, but we thought actually we deserve our own conference. We're quite a nice network, and we do things which are interesting beyond the network itself. So 2 years ago, we had our first ever conference in Brussels, in Belgium. Last year, we were in Vienna, and this year it's the turn of London. So we're really thrilled to be here. Next year, I'm not entirely sure, so I'm not going to say anything in case I'm wrong, but so it'll be another country, obviously. But yeah, we try to keep this coming, and I say also to the network members, if you want to host a future meeting, please let's talk about that. So without further ado, I will move to the session I'm chairing this morning. Some of you that are speaking are already aware, but we have to do everything to the mic. So also in the question and answer, I'll awkwardly stand with you to field the questions at the end. We'll do each paper first, I think, and then we'll do questions for all three papers at the end. There will also be a mic for people in the audience so that the people online can understand everything that's happening. So I'm very happy to welcome Professor Hella Eckhart from the University of Reading for our first paper. The floor is yours. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. And these nice people at the front will be letting you know.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you very much. And I'm really grateful to be here. So what I'm going to do today is talk to you about an ongoing project about Roman objects from rivers. And this is a collaborative project. So I'm here on behalf of a large team, people at the University of Cologne, the University of Trier, which I will talk about in a bit more detail, and then also my colleague Philippa at the University of Leicester, and Carolina at Reading. So what I'm going to do, this project started in 2024, and it builds on earlier work that Philippa and I did at Piersbridge, where these two gentlemen, Bob and Rolf, who we'll come back to in a moment, found nearly 4,000 Roman objects in the River Tees. And we've published this work in 2021, so I will give a few examples, but really look forward to the ongoing project. But what Piersbridge did is it got us thinking in a particular way about finds from Roman rivers. So what I hope to do in this talk is I will start with some hypotheses as to why Roman objects may have ended up in rivers. I will then look at some methodological issues, and then I will present two examples from the UK, and I'm going to finish with Trier, which is fantastic. So you will enjoy that, hopefully. So in terms of hypotheses for why objects end up in rivers, it is often thought that people made deliberate deposits at bridges, for example, fords, or at ferry points. And while this perhaps has not been talked about as much, clearly rivers were powerful entities. They were often deified. This is the Danube, and they clearly were dangerous and had to be appeased. So we know that the crossing of a river was a symbolic and important act, and that people made offerings before such a crossing. Again, this is Trajan's column, but there are many other historical examples. And I think that kind of ritual aspect of deposition has perhaps been neglected. So I've got two images for you here. The top left is your typical Roman bridge reconstruction. Everything is perfect, every brick is in place, and there are no people at all, right? And the other one is Latin, and it's sort of the other extreme, if you see what I mean. There's lots of, human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, people interacting with the bridge and the river. So I think there is a little bit of an issue for the Roman period where people haven't perhaps thought about this enough. However, there could, of course, also be accidental losses. So we know that people crossed rivers, and it is perfectly feasible that they lost objects as they were doing so. It is also possible that boats sank. And indeed, we have examples, for example, from the Rhine, where we can distinguish between the wreck, the cargo, and the possessions of the crew, which is quite amazing. But that obviously relies on excavation, which usually is not the case. Another hypothesis is that material was dumped into the river because it was smelly and it was rubbish, or for land reclamation. And we have multiple examples of that, of course, as well. And then another explanation is this is Augsburg in Germany, and you can see that one of the forts has been completely eaten away by the river. So as the river shifts its course, it is eroding settlement evidence. So these are not strictly river finds, although they are now found in rivers, if you see what I mean. And then, of course, just to make life more interesting, in reality, it could be a mixture of all of these processes. So one of the things that we were very interested in and continue to be interested in is how methodologically, how can we move the study of these objects forward to try and perhaps say something about why these objects ended up in rivers, and also perhaps something about what else should we be doing with these finds. So the key issue, I think, with river finds is that in the past, there has been a lot of cherry picking. So we meet this chap again, he's from Trier, but in Piersbridge, if you just looked at the denarii, or you looked at the top left-hand corner there, you look at the figurines, then it's quite easy to come up with the suggestion that this material was ritual. But we looked at everything. So for Piersbridge, the point was that we looked at the entire assemblage, which nobody had done before. And that means quite a bit of iron, animal bone, pottery, and so forth. And that actually showed the animal bone and the pottery in particular were quite ordinary, and I'll come back to that. All of this material ended up on the PAS. We had countless volunteers, and it was an epic amount of work, as you can imagine. So 1,400 coins, 2,200 objects, everything needs a record. It's a huge job, but it's now there publicly available. The other thing methodologically that we felt was important was to look at the context of a river find. So all too often the context is completely ignored. So we wanted to situate our find. You can see that it's next to Deer Street, it's next to the bridge, and we wanted to locate it in relation to other things like other hoards in the surrounding area. We looked at the formation of gravel islands and how those might have protected the archaeology. And we looked at, so there was one altar from Piersbridge to Mars Condatus, Mars of the Confluence. So we argued that perhaps there was a shrine to him in Piersbridge. Crucially, for the purpose of this meeting, we wanted to work with the finders, Bob and Rolf, to understand how they collected that material. They had sketch plans and diaries. So we looked at whether we could put any of these objects back into their place, which proved to be very difficult. And we looked at the objects as you would any object. So we thought about identities. What could we say about the military community? What could we say about the sort of women and children that were on this site? So quite a lot of evidence for women and children, and quite a lot of evidence for people coming a long way. So this is the kind of work that you would do with any kind of artifact assemblage. Now, the critical bit, I think the bit that we really feel makes the difference is that we felt we should compare the river to the excavated assemblage. So there's a fort and settlement nearby. And what you see here is just the coin data. So in blue are the river finds, and in orange are the excavated finds. And I think what you can immediately see is that the profile is not the same. So if we are talking eroded settlement, they should be the same. Does that kind of make sense? So what we're saying is we can argue that whatever went on in the river was different to what was going on in the settlement. So deposition happened from this bridge, and it differed from what happened in the settlement. Okay, so that was a quick look at the methods that we tried in Piercebridge. And what I want to do now, especially as some people may have heard about Piercebridge before, is move on to the current work. So it's work in progress, so bear with us. When people mention river finds from Roman Britain, they think of one or two big examples, but nobody's really looked at this before. So the head of Hadrian from the Thames, or a helmet dredged from near Worthing, are sort of examples that come to mind, but people don't, you know, there's not really, I don't think there's in the community, there's a sense of what's out there in rivers. So we started making a database, as you do, and this includes spectacular images like this shield boss from the Tyne. We stuck it into a database, you know, with photos and descriptions and all of that kind of stuff. And then we mapped it, okay? And then we thought, hang on a minute, this is absolute nonsense, okay? Because what are we actually mapping here? And I'll just give you an example. So Ribchester Hoard, which many of you will know, aspects of this were published as coming from near the river, the metal vessels. Recently, somebody said, oh, they are from, you know, near the river, and maybe it's a deliberate deposit. And there are various bits of inscriptions from the river as well, the River Ribble. And when you look at this is a lovely old plan by Charles Townley. You can see where it says number 2, the hoard was indeed found next to the river. However, when you look at it, it's the same as I was explaining in Augsburg. You can see the outline of the fort. You can see where the hoard was found, also some coins that are found in the river. That is not the ancient course of the river, obviously. It's eaten away at the southeast corner of the fort. So these are not technically river finds. So our map really doesn't work in that way. So what we've decided to do is focus much more on specific case studies. So if we selected, we've done about 10, we're aiming maybe for 12 case studies to really dig into the evidence and see where was the river at that time, what was going on, how was the archaeological record formed. And because of the theme of the conference here today, I thought I would pick the case study from Putney, the River Thames in London. And we worked there with Pam Greenwood, who's been on this shore for a long time, with a group of really dedicated finders. So just to orientate you, obviously London, where we are, Putney and Fulham down here, and the extent of the settlement and evidence for a Roman occupation. Now, everybody here will be familiar with mudlarking and the idea of mudlarking. So very many people are engaging in this now. Many of you will have seen the excellent exhibition at the Dockland Museum recently. So what we did is we looked at all the finds that both Pam had and that were on the PAS, and they include some really interesting objects like these figurines. There's also an antiquarian find now in the BM of this sword. And we try to map it. We try to look at where these objects are found, where different types of objects are found, and how that might relate to other things like later dumping of material. And also how it might relate to the practices of the mudlarks, okay? So you can see here, Finder A is really interested in prehistoric and Roman things, and he's also very active and down there a lot. While Finder D is more interested in post-medieval things. Do you see what I mean? So we can actually break down how this archaeological record formed. And we can plot that spatially as well. Okay, so, and we can do this on other sites. So at Worthing, we had the helmet, and we've now got all sorts of other things. We've got shackles, a bronze vessel, and we have got in the field right next to it evidence for other deliberate deposition near a smaller stream as well. Right, I want to get on to Trier because the clock is ticking. So Trier, really, really important site, obviously a major Roman site, especially in the later Roman period, with many buildings still standing. If you haven't been, go. It's absolutely amazing. And famously, the bridge, which is a World Heritage Site, the bridge is Roman, not the superstructure, just the pillars. Now, in the 70s and 90s, there were multiple periods of low water. And what you see here is people in their rather excellent 1970s shorts in the river, right? And they found thousands and thousands and thousands of objects. And the museum was more or less helpless in stopping this. The police was more or less helpless in stopping it. But look at this, it's fantastic. They brought their own sieves, you know, children, it was fun for the whole family. Some people were diving, but most people just went in. And this was covered in the press in sort of terminology to do with the gold rush, right? And that brought more people to come. But if you look at what's in the museum, here we're meeting Attis again, and the previous publications, they focused on the most fantastic objects that were found. And there are some truly amazing objects that come from the Moselle at Trier. What our project is doing is actually going through the store and finding all the objects. These are Julian and Jasmine. They've worked their way through nearly 6,000 objects now, okay? There are 33,000 coins as well. There probably were originally 500,000 coins, right? It's epic, the amount of material. I just want to give you one example. So there's everything that you could imagine from the river, basically. I want to give you one example. Our colleague Robert Lorscheider is writing his PhD on lead seals from Trier in general. And what he can show is that a lot of those lead seals come from the bridge, which is not surprising because lead seals survive better in water. Okay, so you might just argue that's taphonomic. However, in the same way that we were comparing excavated and river assemblages, what we can show here is that different types of lead seals occur predominantly in different places. Yeah, so the one here with the two soldiers is common in the river. This other one, Constantinus, is not common in the river, more common in the town. So we are beginning to see differences in the assemblages from the river in the Moselle in Trier and from the excavations as well, which we're excited about. And this is another excellent 1970s picture. So they were selling finds and swapping finds on the that they found in their Moselle. And then you can see they have them in their own homes. And these gentlemen are now reaching older age. They're mainly men, to be fair. We've got about 20 to 30 that we're talking to, we're interviewing, and you can see their private collections. So the other thing we're trying to do is to record these histories, to talk to them about what they found, and to gather this material. So in conclusion, hopefully what I've shown is that we need new methodologies for Roman river finds. We're conducting this survey for Britain. We're also doing this work in Trier, and we're really interested in terms of learning more about the finders and working with them to understand how they gathered this material. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much for that wonderful start to today. As mentioned already, we'll do questions for all three speakers before the break. So I'm now very happy to welcome Matt Skada, who will be talking about his research at the University of Bergen. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Susie. That's right. I am primarily now going to introduce you to metal detecting in Norway and focus on the research that I've been conducting. The title sort of references these dark ages that we also have in Norway, which is this particular time span here of 8550 until 750, 800 roughly. I do not particularly like that term, and perhaps I'll be able to show you why, and why we should maybe change it to something else. Anyway, so what I'll do in this presentation is that first I'm going to provide you with a brief overview of the research that has been conducted in Norway. And then I'm also going to move over to this subject of original deposition processes, which is what I'll probably dwell a bit on in this particular presentation. And from that, I'm going to show you how metal detector finds can shed new light on this particular time frame. So what I've done for this particular presentation is divide the Norwegian research into two branches. You have the legislative concerns on the one hand, and then you have more the focus on directly focusing on archaeological information and the implications that the material actually has. I have some examples there. On the one hand, you have issues such as detectorist motivation and impact, and then the dialogue with cultural heritage management professionals. And then on the other, you have how material could reflect aspects such as human activity in the past, the archaeological representativity of the artifacts, and of course, the original deposition processes. Now, both of these are obviously very important to get closer to the source value of these finds. So they are very much intertwined and synergized well. But as I've already indicated, I will primarily be focusing on the archaeological information. So I'm doing this quite simple by just providing you with some screenshots of some important article titles. Some of these are in English, most in Norwegian, unfortunately, for this particular branch of the research. But we do have this very good article that I recommend to you if you haven't read it already, that pretty much sums up all the basis for metal detecting in Norway. And I've emphasized some of the main things here, with the cutoff for protection being roughly 1537 for artifacts and 1650 for coins. That divide is a bit strange. I'm not going to go too much into that, but there is currently a proposal where we are, well, at least the panel has suggested that we also use 1650 for artifacts. And as you can see, compared to the UK, for example, there haven't been a lot of detector finds that qualify in Norway, but in a Norwegian scale, this is still quite a bit. So we had roughly 17,000 by 2021, and then I think we're looking at something like 1,000 to 2,000 annually since then. Now, this is the bit of the research that I will be focusing on. And as you can see on your left there, we have this edited volume that was published in 2016, which was the result of a conference in 2014 at the University of Oslo, where a lot of Scandinavian archaeologists got together to discuss the impact of the plow soil on archaeological contexts and perhaps primarily metal alloy finds. And in this book, we have a contribution by Danish detectorist Måns Bo Henriksen that has since had quite a lot of influence on metal detector research in Norway. And this deals with the original deposition processes and perhaps primarily the post-depositional processes. And from this, the author proposes 4 models for the original deposition processes, where we can divide them into accidental loss on the one hand and intentional deposition on the other, I would say. And what has since become quite common in Norwegian archaeology when dealing with these detectorist finds is employing ground-penetrating radar and then trying to corroborate patterns from the metal detector finds with perceptible subterranean structures. And I'm highlighting this particular article here, since it has also been quite influential, where the authors did not identify any subterranean structures and therefore attributed all of this to accidental loss. So I'm not going to deal too much with this particular article and the findings of the authors. But what I have been noticing when I've been working with a lot of these sites in Norway is that there are 2 distinct patterns for the, I guess I should call them pre-Christian and the Christian finds. So that would be roughly around 1100, AD 1100. Pre-Christian would be before and Christian would be after. So to deal a bit with this complex in more detail, I would like to show you this site of Borge and Lundeby in eastern Norway, roughly 1 hour's drive away from Oslo. And what you can notice here are the main things that would draw a detectorist to survey a Norwegian site, which is the presence of a high medieval church. And usually surrounding these structures, not necessarily right next to them, are large amounts of cemeteries. I've highlighted some here. I guess the one with the stone settings is the one that is most discernible to you. What this looks like in a more neat map is something like this. And then you would have, let's see here, you see my cursor up here, or can't you? Yeah, you can. Would be the church. And I've highlighted in yellow here all the registered cemeteries I should also add that most of these have not been thoroughly excavated or documented, but it is quite clear that they have been disturbed. You have these pits on top of the mounds and so on and so forth. Up close to the road there in gray, show you the cursor again, if I can get it. Here, these would be the stone settings. So those are also grave monuments. This would be a monumental grave mound, so exceeding roughly 20 meters diameter. And these structures are very interesting in the context of this particular site, in that they were discovered by a detectorist in one of these bouts where they surveyed and found some of these finds that you can see on the map there. And these are foot ditches, which we quite often find around the mounds, probably to accentuate them more in the landscape. So there would be a ditch of roughly, I'd say, 30 centimeters or so. And quite obviously, these have been disturbed and are more or less completely destroyed. So what I am suggesting here, I'm also, let's just provide you with this purple spot on the photograph so we can calibrate that with the rest. So that is looking south, whereas the map otherwise is going north that way, as you can see. I would suggest, but this is very much a guess or a hunch on my end, so don't put too much stock in the clusters that I've provided here, but that the finds that you see within them probably were originally within that outline. And I would also suggest that most of the artifacts that do not have this orange triangle, which would be the high medieval ones, probably originated from graves. So not necessarily accidental loss at all. Now, this is a bit of a hypothesis that has since led to more research, and I'm working with this dilemma with a colleague of mine in Bergen, William van Hemmelrich, and we have done extensive terrain modeling and so on and so forth, and we are identifying distinct patterns for the pre-Christian and the Christian artifacts. Now, dealing with this perhaps in greater detail when looking at the actual artifacts. Now, this tabular overview doesn't really provide you with much, except that we're only really dealing with 24 artifacts, but I highly doubt that the site has been saturated. So further surveys will probably discover more. And then there's the question of everything that's just dissipated and disintegrated due to agriculture and so on and so forth. But if we look at the actual artifacts, we will see quite distinct patterns for types and also for the chronologies. At the bottom there, we have the high medieval ones, as I term them. And it is primarily buckles, possibly for shoes, perhaps for some other attire. And then the pre-Christian artifacts, primarily brooches. And I would make possibly a circular argument that since these are the types of artifacts you can find in grave assemblages and so on and so forth, they probably held some status, and their owners would most likely notice if they lost them. And I'd also argue that they were very likely limited to special types of activities that perhaps would not result in loss. And then perhaps primarily in that they were very instrumental to keep clothes in place. They were attaching clothes together, different types of clothes. And if you lost one brooch, then you would notice on your clothing as well. So I think, if anything, and I mean, we should consider these sites individually as well. Some of these brooches could very well be accidental loss, but I think that the picture is a lot more complicated than what the current research trends in Norway to default to this interpretation of it all being accidental loss is a bit dangerous, and there's definitely more to it. And this has implications for the material that I have been working with when trying to find context from this particular time span, because if these were all the results of accidental loss, that would paint quite a different picture from that we have with the established archaeological context so far. So what you can see here are broad categories of different types of artifacts, quite a lot of brooches, and we have now tens, if not dozens, of each. And that is quite significant, and I will show you why in a second. But as far as an overall dispersion map, this is what we're looking at for my material, 836 artifacts, and I'm nowhere close to capturing the actual tally there. This is just what is not pending in terms of catalog status. And yeah, detectors keep discovering new stuff all the time. But as you can see, quite a lot of brooches. Probably also has to do with them being easier to identify because they are so well established in the typochronological publications that we have here. But when superimposing these on what has until now been the main study of contexts in Eastern Norway for this particular period, you can see that they sort of fit the same patterns in many instances. So that would be the black clusters that you see there. And almost all of those are graves. So if now all the red spots would be accidental loss, whereas all the others are graves, that would be quite significant for this picture, I would say. So again, just presenting my hypothesis here, and that quite likely, if not all or most of these being the results of disturbed graves, quite a few of them are likely to be exactly that. Now, I've been dealing with this material in various ways and looking more detailed into the animal representations on them. And you can also see here when I've identified the different animal styles. It's also something that I have brought up in the abstract that I provided for this lecture, that style 2 is represented throughout here. And then something happens with the shifts towards the subsequent styles. And yeah, you can see the difference there. I think there's a reason for this. I'm not going to go too much into that right now. But otherwise, the picture pretty much just fits where the detectorists go to survey. And that's also something to keep in mind here, that we don't necessarily know that there wouldn't be activity from this period where we do not have finds. It's just that the detectorists probably haven't really surveyed these sites to the full extent. We do not register negative evidence in Norway. And that's maybe something that we should. Looking a bit more in detail on the actual finds. These are very fascinating to me, maybe to some of you as well. What we have in, so use the cursor here again. So this would be what I define as style 2, primarily due to how the heads are formed on some of these representations. And this would be the subsequent style. And what I have proposed is that these styles intermittently were innovated, so they were kept fresh, and that the styles that held some type of currency prior, well, they fell out of favor because they were no longer fresh or interesting or held social currency or significance. And that might be what we're witnessing when we're looking at all of these subsequent animal styles. Lastly, I'll just highlight some other finds that have been quite important from metal detecting. Many of you are probably familiar with these gold foil figures. We have a lot of them from Denmark and Sweden. Some from Norway as well, from archaeological contexts. And it's quite surprising to me that the first we got from metal detecting was in, I think, 2022. And we've since had 3 more. I have 2 here, but there's been another one since I made this that I've become aware of. Some of them are from the same site as this one, and it also has like a cult building place name. So that's usually what we attribute these types of finds to. There could very well have been cult building there. It might be something that we can discover. And then you here have a die of style 2. And there was a bit of a discussion prior to all of this metal detector material in Norway that style 2 didn't have any currency in the area now, making up Norway. And now we have indications that it could even have been produced in the area, making it Norway. So I'll just wrap this up quite quickly with this conclusion here. But as I'm sure you can understand from at least how I'm articulating this, the metal detecting material has had quite a big impact on our understanding of at least this particular time frame, probably the other ones as well. That's not what I've been looking into, but that's a matter for another presentation and another study. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Matt. And final of our trio for this morning's session, I'd like to welcome Dr. Jakub Sawicki from the Institute of Archaeology in Prague of the Czech Academy of Sciences. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Yes, I would also like to introduce my co-author, Paweł Karpiński, who is actually a professor of genetics, and small finds is one of his hobbies, more or less, not a main focus because he's focusing on the cancer, basically, in his main research. So we are moving to the gray zone because currently in Poland, the law actually completely prohibits metal detecting in Poland. So now it's not only illegal, but it's a crime, basically. So doing any kind of search for artifacts without any kind of conservatory agreement in Poland, basically it's a crime since 2018. And before that, a group of, there was possible to do metal detecting. It was an offense when it comes to the law, but it was more or less still possible. So basically, before that, existed more or less 10 important internet forums for metal detectors and hobbyists, and also Facebook groups. And it's approximately 300,000 active metal detector users in Poland, so a huge amount. So if we can say that surely not football is the main sport of Poland, but metal detecting, looking at this. And also the problem is that the finds were sold on Allegro, so this Polish eBay. So basically it was completely illegal. And especially that in Poland, everything found in the ground basically belongs to the country, not to the owner of the land. So that's make this a kind of mess. So since 2018, this situation almost completely disappeared. It moved to the gray zone, but not necessarily ended, of course, as we can imagine. And to extend on this topic, it would take us completely different presentation. So I will just focus on the specific case study here. And as you can observe, this is a photo of a drawer taken from the colleagues from the museum in Cieszyn. And it shows a set of archaeological finds. Those are very specific archaeological finds. I'm pretty sure that you are not familiar with this kind of objects because they are like very Eastern when it comes to their specificity. But they were, I can say, dumped by a fellow metal detectorist to the museum, and he basically fled, leaving the museum colleagues with this sort of finds. But I would like to expand a little bit on those kind of objects, and I would like to tell you the problems that we have with identifying this kind of stuff. So to get to the point, this presentation is based on Paweł Karpiński research, so my co-author research that he was conducting over those forums and groups for 15 years, basically, trying to get as much data as possible. So that was like a sort of amateur Portable Antiquities Scheme research and study. So in short, in the literature, there are maybe 15 Lithuanian purse fittings, because the objects I was showing are the purse fittings that are published, known to the archaeological specialists, sorry. But from the forums, there is over 2,000 records that were hit and found during Paweł's research. And this bias, this huge disproportion of finds that are published and those which are known to the hobbyist or found through the metal detecting is surely raising us a lot of questions and allows us to basically discuss what we know, how much information we are losing without getting this data, and how we can maybe approach it. And this is the only problem and how to deal with that. So I'm sadly will not be able to provide any answers to those questions I just asked, but I will be able to maybe at least show the scale of the problem. So before we jump into the object themselves, just to get you into touch with the thing we are dealing with, I would like to introduce you this gentleman. This is Władysław Dominik Zasławski-Ostrowski, one of the most wealthy men in the 17th century Poland. He was the second most wealthy man in the country. Sadly, he was also very unsuccessful military leader, which led to one of the biggest defeats in the Polish history. And his surname was the Featherbed, basically given to him as like, not a very successful guy. But what I would like to point to here is that we have two portraits basically made in the 40s, showing him in the Eastern dress and in the Eastern fashion, so basically traditional Polish fashion, and in the Western fashion, so the way how people in the Western Europe were dressing. And that was a common thing, that those two different kinds of fashions were like merging in the moment in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. So the people who were going west, they were dressing in the Western style. When they were staying in the country, they were dressing in the Eastern style. And the things that I will be showing are surely focused more on this Eastern style of dress that is dominant in the region. Of course, not as wealthy as those objects that are presented on this portrait. So what we are dealing with are the Lithuanian pouches, so-called Lithuanian pouches or purses. The name comes from the 16th century registers where they were named like that, and we presume that this kind of objects were part of this. So they're quite specific. The drawings I'm showing are based on the actual finds from the Lithuania, on objects that were still preserved with leather. So we can basically get the idea how those objects look like. There's a lot of them coming actually from the territories of Lithuania, from the graves, from the 15th century context mostly. And all of those fittings I'm showing are quite well recognized, and they're really striking. They're very different to the other material culture of the period, so they can be easily recognized as a specific kind of object. So we have here corner mounts, lock mounts, edge mounts, and those suspensors, hangers as a part of this object. So we can basically imagine that those purses were hung on the belt, like we can observe on one of those pictures. And there was a central mechanism, a central lock that is visible in the middle one. There's lock mechanism is visible on the right. So what we can do in this gray zone with this kind of data is basically quite traditional archaeological approach to material culture. So those possibilities of trying to understand this specific kind of material finds. So we can deal, of course, with typology and chronology, distribution of finds, iconographical and historical sources. We can ask questions of the social identity of users, trace of any repairs, and maybe discuss the symbolic part that is involved with those specific objects. So let's get closer to the typology. As you can observe, the hanger, suspensor, there are basically two different types. There are two different kinds of lock mounts, those specific edge mounts. You can observe here corner mounts of various types. There are more central mount representations, as you can observe here, which depicts some sort of animals, or we can presume that there are some sort of animals. All of those objects are cast from bronze alloys in general. So copper alloys, we haven't been checking those objects because they are basically coming from the gray zone. And so let's get to more statistics. As we can see here, total number of finds, 2,116. This is only data taken from the archaeological forums. As I say it once again, compared to the data taken from the archaeological publications, which is roughly 15. The problem is that those finds are not well known to the archaeologists, so they are not keen to identify them properly. And dealing with, to get the exact number would take insane amount of work to deal with all the publishing journals and the stuff that is published chapter by chapter. So when it comes to the frequencies, we were of course comparing the data. Pavel is, as a genetic, he's a specialist in the statistics, so he loves that. But I think it's showing some interesting data. Of course, there are differences in the suspensors that are integrated with this specific clasp, with the difference between this lock mount, the differences between with the corners and stuff like that. More complicated relative frequencies of mounts. So we can see which is the most popular kind of type of object. But what brings us probably the most information and the thing that is the most interesting in this regard is the spatial distribution across the voivodeships. As we can observe, this is the map of the, oh, I can have a mouse, perfect. This is the map of the contemporary Poland with this pseudo-hypsometric map shows the number of finds where darker, the more finds, of course. So we can observe that the majority of finds is this Mazovian voivodeship here, which is quite central. Of course, similar research is done with PAS, but then there is more data that allow us to answer more questions. So we are only dealing with this basic information here. However, we can ask more interesting questions regarding the frequencies and the specific distribution. For instance, here we have this relative frequencies between voivodeship. This is the principal component analysis, which shows basically that those dots that are close together shows that specific type of mounts are close together. So this is like this mix of objects in those voivodeships very similar. Those which are on the different spectrum shows the differences. So this is maybe a little bit different approach to trying to understand this kind of specific kind of material culture as well. Moreover, when we get to the detail, trying to not discuss the map of the country from the perspective of the voivodeships, but going to the counties, so more to the detail, we see a very similar pattern, probably even showing more in the eastern regions of Poland. So, of course, as we are not on the island like here, we are in the Central Europe, and the problem with the Central Europe is that the borders are changing frequently. So let's try to put this map on the map of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. That's the maximum reach of the country in the 1619 to the 1622. So basically from Baltic here to the Black Sea here. And we observe that now we are only discussing the very eastern part, western part of the country that used to be much more bigger. And when we observe this on the border, it shows quite clearly that this distribution of object is basically not going much more deeper to the western part, which was more western in fashion as well and more visible from this perspective, and also shows this connection with the Lithuanian Perses, as the name suggests, coming from the regions of mostly more Baltic region currently in this shape and form. So when we add another detail, here is the map showing the trade routes, the main trade routes during the Grand Duchy of Lithuania in the 16th century. From the written sources, we see the pattern showing quite clearly that the distribution goes through the main roads, showing those connections. Here, of course, are the main towns that are connected. Of course, those white dots here are the current major urban centers, so there is no metal detecting in the urban centers. That's why there we have those white dots. So more questions can be discussed. Of course, I don't want to get into detail regarding this problem. What is exactly the dating of those objects? They seem to be first found in Lithuania in the grave goods context. So they have this specificity. They were connected to the Christianization of Lithuania. The finds I'm showing are mostly connected probably to the 16th century. And also, when we observe the possibilities of maybe understanding how those objects were worn, where it is, the mouse disappeared, sorry, it's here, it's a pouch, probably of this sort shown on this cavalier pictured by Stefano della Bella in Paris. So we have some information, we can probably reconstruct this, but it's like the beginning of the problems we deal with, because we are in the gray zone, there are many things that are not present. And just to mention other things that are missing from the assemblages that I'm sure this is the problem of the taphonomy of objects that we are all dealing with as small finds specialists, is the bias in raw material share, for instance, in tin. It's based on my other research that we can observe that the city excavations from Wrocław. Older German Breslau shows that the lead objects are like almost 11% of the whole assemblage that was found in the town, using metal detectors as well. The problem with Prague, with the taphonomy of object, is almost nothing, 0.3%. And I was comparing this just out of curiosity with the PAS data with buckles, brooches, dress hooks, asking for the general question, medieval finds in the data. And we observed that all buckles, brooches, months, and dress hooks were like almost 50,000 of objects. Only 240 of them were made of lead and tin. This is also another problem, what to do with these things. And even more striking, the problem is when it comes to iron and iron objects, which we all know, which is not well preserved in the general context. So metal detectors are not keen to try to find them. And here I'm showing examples from the excavations in the Wrocław, which shows that even simple iron buckles can be quite nicely decorated and quite well made, not only for the part of the part of the horse, general attire. So as I basically mentioned, I'm not having any real answers to all of those problems. I mostly have more questions. And what to do with things that officially don't exist, or how to publish them in our case, and how to approach them. Because the only mark of their existence are the photographs provided by the criminals, which is at the current state of law. Those objects are not existing anywhere. They cannot be measured. They cannot be really counted. We don't know if they are changing places, how to approach them. There is no possibility to examine those finds and how to get them. And there is some even more striking or bigger problematic question, how, or even if those objects should be published. With Paweł, we are trying to publish this research for some time already, and it's very difficult actually with the journal editors who are not willing to accept the data that is not like completely legally set in the general law perspective. So basically, as I said, there is no easy answer. The crime penalty is not helping metal detecting, of course. It's on the other hand, it's not protecting the archaeological sites from the metal detectors as well. It's maybe not the answer. There is also another story how this crime penalty is changing and what the law might be changing soon in Poland, but that's another story. But those 8 years shows that 300,000 of metal detectorists are still fighting for their rights, and they're still trying for the right to have this easier access to metal detecting. And I don't want to advocate any of the sides, because I believe that both ideas, like getting access to small finds and getting the possibility of protecting the archaeological sites, is equally important. So I need to open the question like it is now. So thank you very much.
I'd like to invite this morning's speakers back up to the front, please. And we'll have this very awkward shuffle around whenever there's a question for different people. If you have a question in the audience, please wait till the mic comes to you so that the people online can follow. So may I ask if there's any questions to begin with straight away? There we go. And please tell if it's to all speakers or to one speaker in particular.
Okay, this is a question to each speaker separately, actually. Keith Westcott, the Tetris Institute and Foundation, we're working to try and embed metal detecting into professional practice. And I was particularly pleased, Ella, when you got in contact with us to work on your project in the future via Philippa, because the first question really is, do you see detectors as part of the archaeological team to be part of your projects? Or perhaps you see archaeologists using metal detectors in the future? That's a question to all of you, really. And then to Matt, I wondered if you were doing any field walking and spatially recording any of the non-metal finds to try and get some sort of comparison across there. And then to Jacob, 300,000 detectorists and it's illegal? Wow. I just wondered, how do you manage to estimate that? How did you actually be able to come to put that figure together? Thank you.
Maybe Hella can answer first, or who would like to? I don't know. You can choose, of course.
Yeah.
Try to go on. Please go to the
Oh,
mic.
sorry. Yeah. So I think at Piercebridge, the work with Bob and Rolf, obviously Bob and Rolf found this material. There were issues around who owns this material. You know, rivers are tricky in that way in terms of ownership. They were brilliant in working really closely with Philippa, who was the FLO for the area. And it was recorded as treasure in the end because of this huge amount of material. It is a great shame that they did not record location more accurately. So I would really have liked to know where these objects exactly came from. And they have a diary, but the diary doesn't really, you know, record information in that. If they had GPS this material, if they had perhaps stopped at a certain point so that other people could go in and help with the recording, that would have been good. I think even better than just reporting it. So they're still out there. Well, Bob's still out there. Yeah, it's a real balancing act, and it is about communication, I think, and it is about understanding the information that potentially could be lost. Because if you imagine, so with Piercebridge, if we knew that all the denarii were right next to the bridge and the other coins were somewhere else, that would be really valuable information, but we don't have it.
So maybe Matt, I can invite you to answer the question about the field walking.
Yeah, I usually do conduct some sort of field walking, but not necessarily to find any artifacts, and I'd be pretty bad at detecting them. In any case, in the plow soil, the detectorists would have found most of because they have a tendency to find glass beads, some ceramics as well. But yeah, for me, it's mostly to get a picture of the actual environment and try to make sense of what could have been and what might have been. But I think it's a very integral part of working as an archaeologist to get like a close-up view and impression of the areas to try to make sense of them. So yeah.
And yeah, good.
Yes, so to the first question, basically in Poland, metal detecting during the excavations is like normal practice, which is actually not so obvious when we look across the whole Europe, because not all colleagues are using this as a regular practice during the excavation. So I think this cooperation shows that it's really working. So if anyone is stating, I highly encourage to incorporate metal detecting during the archaeological research. But to the other question, this 300,000, of course, is estimated value based on the number of people on the forums. That's the first question. But also to the momentum when this crime law was questioned by the metal detectorists in Poland during the previous government elections, and then came a letter from the metal detectorist clubs or the associations, which was stating, the letter came to the Prime Minister and stating that we are 300,000 of patriots and we want the change of the law.
All right, thank you. Any more questions? Please raise your hand if you have any. Yes, at the front here. And please tell who it's.
Yes, thank you. A question from Mats. Are you thinking about the case study you presented at the start of your presentation, where you argued that these are not accidental losses for the most part? Are you considering formation processes like erosion and agricultural processes in making that assessment?
Not for that particular case study, but the one I'm working on with my colleague, we are, yes.
Because it struck me that all your finds are downhill from the actual cemetery clusters. So
yeah, and there are some peculiarities with the actual material there as well that I did not go into in detail. But we have two fragments of a censer that I'm certain are from the same vessel, but we have to do proper XRF to, certify that. But they were found 150 meters apart. Yeah, that's a bit strange.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have another question here.
Hello, Elias Oksanen. Thank you very much for 3 excellent papers. I have actually also a question for Matt, so sorry, you're being pounded upon. This is something I was thinking about when you gave your paper, but it actually speaks to Hela's point about spatial recording precision as well. So what is the spatial recording precision of your data? And more generally in Norway, what tends to be the recording's precision for metal detected or other public finds data? And do you record not only, whatever locational information you have, but also what the level of that precision is? Because this impacts very heavily on how it can be used in, say, spatial analysis.
Yeah, absolutely. I wouldn't say it is streamlined in Norwegian practice. And the case study that I showed of Sanne Eriksen et al., they have used fairly precise GPS, but from the Borgenrundeby site, it is primarily the detectorists themselves that have recorded it. So it would be, I'd say, 5 meters roughly accuracy. And yeah, it's certainly something to take into account, yes.
Just wait. The mic is coming for the follow-up. Thank you.
Sorry. Is this precision information recorded in the databases?
It is, but you have to sort of try to make sense of it yourself. I think we use exact, and that would just reflect that some sort of GPS has been used. And then you can use location, which is typically when the archaeologists that were involved in registering the site has made a larger area, and then it's the center point of that. And sometimes it's just based on place name if they don't have any proper coordinates. And from the really old finds, probably from the 80s and 90s, it was just recorded analog on a map from memory, sort of. So, but it's very difficult to work with this data because you don't necessarily know unless you really dig into it. But I would say that the more recent finds probably have the higher precision. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, please.
We have a question online for Hela. Thinking specifically about your work on the Thames in Putney, did you use PAS data to map find spots or any other data sources? What challenges did you face in conducting spatial analysis of finds?
Yeah, so this was work done by Carolina Rangel de Lima, and she's working, as Simon is there as well, other people. So working with the flows and working with PAS data, and then also working with Pam Greenwood, because the local archaeological and historical society, they've been on the foreshore, for decades, actually. So yeah, we've been working with people to do that.
Thank you. And I should mention, if you are online, I should have mentioned that before, you can post questions and they get asked. So that's a good reminder for me as well. Any other questions? Or otherwise okay. I was going to take chair's privilege, but I'll do that in a minute.
Hi, just a quick question for Jakob. Thank you for your paper. I'm interested to know more about the landowners who the metal detectorists are finding the objects. Are the landowners aware of the law, or do they mind? Do they not mind about it?
Well, they are aware, of course. That's why it's completely everything after 2018 went to this gray zone. So people are really afraid of this crime, because basically when it was just an offense, you can get a fee, but nothing else. When it's a crime, and there were lots of people who were policemen, who were priests, who were teachers, doing metal detecting as a hobby. So for them, being charged of a crime of any sort, even if the fee is small, is completely prohibiting them from doing any kind of other legal activities in their general job. So the landowners are, of course, aware of the law. And I think it worked quite similar, like I think it worked here. So people were aware that some people were walking on their fields. Some of the landowners were walking on their fields on their own. But I think that was just a mutual agreement between them during the time when it was just illegal, but not a crime.
Thank you.
So here and then.
We have another question online for Hela. They ask, is there any intention to look at river deposits from the Danube or from sites such as Slovenia where there are quite significant assemblages?
Yeah, so our project is purely Britain because that's huge, and nobody's done it before, and Trier. It's focused on those two areas, but there are those really interesting publications on some of these assemblages. But yeah, we're looking at them in terms of comparisons, but we're not working on them.
Thank you. I think there was a question at the front as well, please.
Yes, thank you. I have a question for Jacob as well. What about the museums? Are they allowed to take any material in if it's like donated or even, you know, after death given or assigned to the museum? Can they take things in? And is there a possibility, at least in the future, to access these objects that way?
Well, that's again a gray zone a little bit thing, because in theory those situations shouldn't be happening. But of course, the archaeologists working at museums prefer to preserve the objects than to get them completely dumped or destroyed. But then it's again the problem that they don't know from where those objects are coming, when they were found. And of course, the trust between the metal detectorists and the museum people. So they don't know how to date even those objects I was showing from the drawer. Basically, they might be as well coming from the Belarusian border and just brought there. There's no real answer to that. So they are quite useless in this case. Yeah.
And to follow up quickly, what happens if objects are seized from your criminals?
They are given to museums.
And then they can work with them.
They are like accepted, but then
So this is the way then.
This is the, yes, but it's the legal.
Unfortunately.
Legal sort of accessing the objects. Yeah.
Conundrum. Any more questions right now? Otherwise, I have a question for you, Hella, as well. And it's especially concerning the Trier case, but possibly also Piercebridge and elsewhere. You were talking about, and I loved the 70s photos, they were wonderful. But the point about these people getting older, and I would imagine we've also lost some of them already. Are you aware, or have you noticed there's a possibility of objects disappearing because there is this question of what happens once the detectorist passes away? The objects don't always find their way to a museum, and I wondered what you'd sort of observed in that context.
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the finders sadly has dementia, for example, and another one has passed. So the museum is actively working with those finders to try and buy or acquire the collections. So ideally, obviously, they would be donated, but I think one was actually purchased. One of the problems in Trier is that some of these individuals were not just in the river, they were also finding material elsewhere. So when this work in the Moselle happened, a lot of material was dredged and it was dumped on a site, like a landfill site just nearby. And the detectorists knew that, and it was chock-a-block full of material. So they took material from there as well. And some of them were working on sites in Trier. And there's a long history in Trier around what is allowed and what isn't allowed. So I'm not an expert on the German law, obviously, but yeah, I think the museum is doing its best to acquire this material, and we're trying to record what is there and to record their histories, because what really was interesting to us was why they did it, what they felt about it, how that connects to their understanding of Trier, and what they thought the reasons for these objects being in the river were.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions from the floor or from the screen at all? Okay, we're a little bit ahead of time. I'm going to invite our speakers in case they want to make a final comment or observation. You don't have to, and I've put you on the spot slightly, but we have a couple of minutes if you do want to add anything at this point. No, everyone's fine. All right. Well, the value of these sessions is also the chance to network. So I suggest we go and network over coffee. But thank you, everyone, also our speakers, for a great morning. Thank you very much.
Hello. 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 Okay. Welcome to our second session today. So we've got 4 papers in a quick fire round of 10-minute papers, looking at systems and approaches to recording. So without a further ado, I shall start off. We begin with David Arnold, talking from PAS to Bavaria, Germany, mobilizing detectorists for public benefit and legal reform.
Thanks. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Michael, because last year I was visiting the forum in Vienna, and then he taught me, David, if you would like to speak the next year too, you need to talk about another topic. So first about the expectations about today. So I'm not talking about the archaeology. That was my topic last year, and you can find the link in one of the later slides. So today I'm going to talk about an untapped potential, about the waste and the trash, and about, you can see here there's a logo. It's our roof organization. Our roof organization, we are just founding, or we are still a working group. And as you see, also in the next slides, so that's the table of contents of my presentation. But later on, you will see there are several links and there are a lot of information. So I'm not going to talk about everything. It's just for later on, also for you, that you can investigate by your own. Then you can follow the links, and so you don't lose the information. So first of all, I'm going to talk about myself, then about Bavaria, some figures, our survey we did the last year to have like the base to promote a change of law. And then I'm talking about the potential, so unexpected potential of metal detectorists. Then what does this more than 90% I'm talking about consist of? So the waste, it's already written. And how can society make use of this? And then a conclusion at the end. So first of all, my name is David Arnold. I'm from Germany, and I'm an engineer and a metal detectorist since more than 26 years. And I'm working together with the archaeologists since then more than 23 years. And I'm also a member of the Society of Archaeology in Bavaria. It's called Gesellschaft für Archäologie. And it was founded by Rainer Christlein. And he's a very important person. He's almost forgotten. But the thing is, to be honest, if the people would have heard him, so we won't talk about the pass system or the dime system. We would talk about the Bavarian or the Baden-Württembergische system, because he was the first person I know in Europe who promoted like working together with people like this, not just with detectorists, also with like the people who were just collecting like pottery and so on, because that wasn't very liked by several archaeologists in that time, so that they tried to ban them. They don't play in their sand field. Let's just say it like this. And so today we also released a press release about Rainer Christlein explaining, and also like with a reference from his book where he wrote in 1974 that he met some detectorists in 1996 who started working with a metal detector in 1966 in Germany. So, and then about the organization of us in Bavaria. So we started like in 23. There was a change in law. Before we had like the 50-50 rule from Emperor Hadrian, and now they changed it to almost 0 for the finding and also for the property owner. In the law, it's written, for sure they can get something, though the finder 3% and the landlord 97%, but that doesn't work, to be honest, because if the finder is getting nothing, because if you find something, if it's below 1,000 euros, and if you report it, then it belongs automatically to the state. So high possibility that the things are going to be reported. And if it's more than 1,000 euros, then they subtract the restoration conservation cost. So if it's not out of gold, so you get nothing.
And if it's gold, you would like to, for example, if you find something that's 100,000 euros, like 2 kilos of gold, and at that time, like 2 years ago, it was like 50 to 60,000 euros a kilo. So if you would like to give away 97,000 euros, like just the material value, I think not. So, and for this reason, we said, let's change the law, or try to change the law. Yes. And well, so about Bavaria, so that's the figures. The archaeologists say we are like 16,000 detectors in Bavaria. That's important for the calculation. So here you can see some parts of our survey we did last year. So more than 70% promote a system like the PASS system. And there are several archaeologists who would love to have such a system, but they need the money. So now we are trying to get to see where the money can come from. So 97% of the people would like, they take trash with them if they go detecting. So that's the figures, let's say. We also made a calculation because of working hours. So it's like calculated to the 16,000, there is a potential to have like this, let's say 180,000 hours to until almost 480,000 hours per year. So multiplied with a minimum wage, we speak about 2.5 under 6.6 million per year, which could be like used. So you can see here, so also the picture, that's a typical result of a day, just like 3 things, pendant and a coin, and the rest is just trash. So, and then what does these 90% waste consist of? So we have some modern day trash, it's like 99%, some toxic metals. Here's, for example, that is from the lake, that was from the beginning of last year. This year, one detectorist was looking at a lake, and he found in 4 hours 5.4 kilogram of lead. So that's good for that's good for the environment that the people do take this out. Then we also have some things we definitely don't looking for, like unexploded ordnance and urine remains and so on. And then how can society make use of this more than 90% potential? So first, the security. For this reason, I also invited like our Ministry of Interior, and also for the environment, our Ministry of Environment to this conference. And also like for the digitalization, we need some apps, for example, like for identifying and reported unexploded ordnance. I'm also started to develop an app for this, and there's already this is from some soldiers from Turing, from a part of Germany. They already designed such an app, and they sell it in Israel and in Ukraine, but it's just like for weapons, as like for bombs which are not corroded like the old ones. So, and as you can see, there's also some potential regarding the environment. There are some apps for bumblebees, eagle O's, for example. Some friends of mine found them last year, and they just sent it to the Ornithology Institute, and they were super happy because that weren't gray chicks. It was like the eagle O's, and they were quite happy because it was a new like nesting place. Well, and I found one European pond turtle once. When I was working for the German railway company, I just found them, and it was already dying because it was just like with the stones in the track. And there you can see the article in the link which my company wrote about me. Also, and here below you can see a YouTube video where my colleagues from our organization, they promote how to make as less well, the holes as small as possible, and it's quite emphatic how they made it. And you can switch on also like your preferred language, just if you don't know this. So then to a conclusion. So with the metal detectors, we are a major resource for the society heritage protection environment. That was also what the gentleman asked before. Could metal detectors be like part of the archaeologies, or they are just used from them? But I say, yeah, for sure, but they are part of the society. Because if you see all the things we are finding, it's like 100%. Archaeology is just like, let's say, maximum 10% in general. We're speaking about in general, that's important. But the 90%, it's more important for the society. I'm not saying that the archaeology isn't important for society, but the other thing we shouldn't forget this. So because the thing is, could this potentially be help to improve and the situation? And yeah, later on you can ask some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. As with the last session, we'll have all the papers together, and then there will be time for questions and discussion at the end. So moving on, our next paper is Emily Freeman, talking about the opening the filing cabinet, making Treasure Trove Scotland's data accessible.
Thank you. Today, I'm essentially going to be talking to you about a challenge that we are going to be taking on over the next couple of years. I'm sure in this room we can name quite a few public databases of finds, but Treasure Trove is probably not one of them, and there is a reason for that. So I'm going to be talking about what we are going to be doing in the next couple of years to make our case records a much more accessible resource. So just to remind you all of the legal situation in Scotland, Treasure Trove is based on the principles of Scots common law, bona vacantia. Essentially, ownerless property in Scotland belongs to the Crown. That includes portable antiquities. So that's where we come in. There is no limit on the age of the material. There is no limit on the material itself. It just has to be ownerless. So we are dealing with, I think the earliest material we do now see is Paleolithic, all the way down to early 20th century. It's quite a lot of material. There's quite a lot of finds reported to us on a regular basis. We record most things. So we have this really great data set on our case management system, which is the sort of the back end of things where we record everything, but that data isn't necessarily public. And I will show you why in a second. And this is our team. So currently we're a team of 7. Soon to be a team of 8, as we've just recruited an administrator. But until 2021, we were a team of 2. That is 2021, a team of 2. So again, covering that entire huge span of history, covering the whole of Scotland. Also, something I always neglect to mention, we also deal with excavation assemblages. They're also reported through us, team of 2 people dealing with that. And we were 2 people for a very long time. The Treasure Trove unit itself is around about 20 years old. It was formed in the early 2000s. Before that, Treasure Trove as a law was variously administered. The focus was on claims cases, so the big, shiny, exciting finds, not necessarily all the other bits and pieces that come up, particularly through metal detecting. So capacity has always been a bit of an issue for us, and may explain why most of our files aren't digitized. I've mentioned claims already, I should probably explain that. So the unit itself is the front-facing part of the legal system. We are the ones that meet with finders, we record the finds, we determine whether a find is significant enough to be claimed and allocated to a museum, or disclaimed and handed back to the finder. So again, with that broad common law, we are making a decision not just based on whether it's precious metal, whether it's a hoard, whether it's nationally significant. We're also looking at regional and local significance. So again, a very broad remit for, until recently, quite a small team. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is my box file cupboard. So Treasure Trove has been around for a very long time. The earliest date I found on these box files is 1912. The latest is around about 2010. So I have, I think it's about 4 shelves, some piles on the floor as well, of box files recording our cases. Most of these are claims cases, so they're finds that have been allocated to museum collections. They are not detailing anything that the team saw and decided to disclaim. So that's already a chunk of data we don't have. Whether there was regular routine reporting of that kind of material, unclear. As you get further into the 1990s, I think that there probably was a bit more reporting, but we're not necessarily recording it. So these are just the cases that ended up in museum collections. In these box files, there are they're case files. Each case has a folder, which includes correspondence between the finder, between the treasure trove unit, between the National Museum, between the museum that acquires it. There's images, there's measurements, there's all sorts of information. But this is what it looks like. So I have absolutely no idea what is in these box files, apart from a really excellent data set that is completely untapped. I've mentioned that we are common law. The trouble with common law is we are based in precedent. If all of my precedents are in a paper file, I can't search our data set to determine whether a decision we are making now is the same decision we would have made a couple of years ago. So that's challenge number one. I do have a plan. That is the last slide. 2010, we decided to enter the digital age, and we created essentially a spreadsheet. It is an access database, but as you can see in the general details section, that is the level of recording for some of the earlier cases. So 2010 to 2012, thereabouts, we were just recording silver groat, and that's all the information I have. I might have an image of it somewhere. Some of the finds were not photographed, particularly if they were disclaimed. This is probably the only information I have. If the find was claimed, I have a bit more chance of finding more information because we produce reports for claimed cases. I have seen some of those reports. Some of those are a bit sparse as well. But again, that's data that is sat there. It's not very useful. I probably have more information elsewhere, but it's not in the database. It hasn't been copied over. Then, 2020, we developed a case management system. So I've already mentioned that. That's what our case management system looks like on our side. But we do have a public database, which looks a little bit like this. It is accessible to everyone. It has data from 2020 onwards. And by 2020 onwards, what I really mean is a few things have been recorded on there, 2020, 2021, for obvious reasons. 2022 is when we start to really in earnest use this system. The search function is okay. It's not the most intuitive, but it is there. What I don't have on this database and what can't be searched is anything that is pre-2020. So that lovely access database of sparse information and all of those box files are just sat there doing nothing. So I have a plan. We are currently undertaking a case management system upgrade. That is the back of house end of things. But as we are updating that, we are thinking about how that looks on the front end. How does that function as a database for the public, for researchers, for students? It sounds really simple when I say we just have to digitize all our paper files, but we have to go through and scan everything. Not only that, we then have to go through all of those documents and find the bits of information that we need for the records, so we can import the data quite easily. Except a spreadsheet doesn't map neatly onto our case management system. So there's a lot of manual data cleaning, adding objects, importing it in a specific format. I mentioned locating digital files. So if I've got images, they're not saved in the same place as the report, which is not saved in the same place as the record. So there's quite a huge project there that we'll be undertaking to ensure that what we have is a really excellent data set that can be used for Scotland. Making the data public is the aim. We would have to go in and manually make each of those records public, but it's doable. And what I really want to do, and I'm saying it here, is get as many of those files all the way back to the early 20th century digitized as possible over the next couple of years so that we can have this data set for ourselves as well as for researchers and the public. Because as I said, we can't search our own data at the moment, and that puts us at a real disadvantage. So I'm going to end there. I have no idea what I've done for time, but yeah, I'm good. Cool, thank you.
So, moving on again in our very much quickfire session. Our next paper is Rika Sugar on uniform law, uneven practice, variation within Denmark's public fine system.
Thank you. I'm an archaeologist and curator at the National Museum of Denmark, and my main research interests are collection bias, citizen science, and the role of metal detecting in archaeological knowledge production. So I'm really happy to be here today. Over the past few years, I have been worked on several projects, including surveying the Danish metal detectorists, and today I will share some of those insights and discuss the variation within Denmark's public fine system. So, Denmark is often presented as a coherent and relatively successful liberal model for integrating metal detecting into archaeological heritage management. Metal detecting is legal, but under regulated conditions. You need the landowner's permission to search. You cannot search on protected sites, and digging is limited to the plow layer. And if you find something that could be a treasure trove, you'll have to hand it in. The system is also built on collaboration between detectorists and local museums on what I would describe as a high degree of freedom under responsibility. The registration platform DIME has made over 300,000 metal detected objects available and visible as archaeological data before they necessarily reaches the local or national museums. And from the outside, this can make up a system that might look really coherent and uniform. So between 2019 and 2020, the National Museum paid Treasure Trove Award to 822 individuals. This gives an indication of the scale of participation. All through the wider detectorist community is likely much larger, with a few thousand participants that includes both very occasional users, but also highly active detectorists. The next level of the system consists of 27 local museums with archaeological responsibility. It could also be 28. These museums, they cover different parts of Denmark and in municipalities. Some of these municipalities are quite rural areas, while others have more urban areas. And these museums are locally embedded and largely autonomous institutions with responsible for archaeological heritage and excavation in their areas. But they also play a really central role in handling potential treasure trove artifacts found by detectorists. This can involve really large numbers of objects. For some museums, this means handling more than 1,000 finds of possible detector trove artifacts. And the resources that they need to do this for receiving, registering, processing these finds, they must be found within each museum's own operating budgets. Finally, potential treasure trove is passed on to the National Museum of Denmark. We'll just go back again. And the number of here the finds are assessed, and those who are assessed as being treasure trove, then they are then registered and published. And those who are not treasure trove, they are returned to the local museums, who can choose if they want to return it to the finders or keep them from their own collections. But the scale of this operation has really changed drastically in the last few years. The number of finds submitted is increased, and that creates pressure throughout the system, both locally and nationally. So let's go to the graph now. This graph shows the development of registered treasure trove artifacts in the different collection in Denmark from the National Museum from 1996 to 2025. What matters here is not the specific years, but it's the fact that it has grown a lot for the past decade. So this creates more pressure throughout the system. More finds means greater archaeological potential, but it also means a lot more work, more objects to receive, assist, document, register, and process. And this pressure affects both the National Museum and the local museums, but is not experienced evenly, as local museums differ in capacity, staffing routines, and the number of detected finds that they receive. So before we talk about variation as a problem of data, we have to understand it as a consequence of scale. The Danish model has become extremely productive, but productivity also creates uneven conditions for handling the material. Local museums are the point where the national system becomes local practice. As they receive possible treasure trove objects and prepare them for assessment, they may also collect non-treasure trove finds that still have local historical significance for their own collection. And this is one important point of variation. Some museums have a broad collection strategy for non-treasure trove material, and may receive almost all archaeological data finds more than 100 years. Others mainly receive the objects that could be treasure trove simply because they do not have the resources to collect anything else. And this is not a criticism of individual museums. It reflects different condition within a pressured and really under-resourced system. This matters because detectorists do not necessarily only go and seek in one area. They may be in several areas and across different responsibility areas as well. And here in that process, they may come across different kind of expectation from the local museums, different kind of feedback structures and documentation practices within the same national system. This slide shows responses to the statement. I feel that my contribution to archaeology as a detectorist is recognized by archaeologists and local museums. The point is not here to rank the museums, that's why I removed their names. The response number differs between museums and areas, but the variation is still really important because it shows that detectorists do not go out and meet the same kind of people, and the system is not experienced equally. This matters for data production because in the same survey, 86% of respondents state that their recording behavior are directly adapted to the preference of their local museums. So, local museums do not only affect what happens after a find is handed in, it may also affect what detectorists choose to record, how they record it, and what they understand as relevant and worth submitting. And that means the variation enters the data set both before and after finds reach the museums. And just to be clear, this is not me trying to be pro-National Museum, because in the same survey, we also asked the same question regarding the National Museum, and we got a lower ranking than local museums. So they still like the local museums much more than they like the National Museum. So the consequences, one of the key consequences and point in this is that the material that is at risk of becoming less visible is not necessarily material that has no value. It may be poorly known objects, non-treasure trove finds, or ordinary everyday material culture. And that has consequences for research. Large data set creates major possibilities, but big data is not necessarily quality data. If data are produced through different collection strategies, recording routines, and level of processing, then national pattern may be less comparable than they appear on paper. So variation in the practice becomes variation within the data. And while digital recording improves visibility, it does not remove bias all by itself. To conclude, this presentation do not argue against the Danish model. On the contrary, Denmark's public find system is strong because it provides a shared national framework. The point is that local variation happens, and rather than seeing it as a bad thing, it's just a condition of how the system works. And if you want to use public data finds for research, we therefore need to understand how these data were produced before we interpret them archaeologically. So uniform law may create a shared system, but it's not automatically create comparable data. At the same time, the research potential of public finds exists because detectorists are willing to collaborate, record, and share their findings and adapt their practices as knowledge and guidance develop. And I do not think that recognizing these weak parts of the Danish model makes it more bad, but it does create a more demanding, it does create more demand on how we use the data, more responsible. Wow, yes, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to our final paper of this session. I'd like to invite Emmanuel Baukirchner to come up and talk about stone artifacts, leaving no stone unturned, the importance of surface lithic scatters in understanding prehistoric landscape use.
Right, hello everybody. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you so much to the conference organizers for organizing this all. It's a really enjoyable conference. Yeah, my name's Manny. I'm currently a PhD candidate at the University of Southampton, and today I'm going to be talking about rocks. So surface lithic scatter is a term I'd forgive you for not being familiar with. It's not a term frequently seen in today's research, primarily because they've been a bit avoided for various reasons. But simply put, they are the remnants of prehistoric lithic deposits that have been disturbed, damaged, or totally destroyed. Those remnants have then come to a surface, most typically a plough field, through the interference of plough machinery in these subterranean deposits. However, they are also associated with coastal areas where erosion and weathering processes have eroded out these prehistoric lithic deposits. Therefore, they are inherently unstratified and often represent palimpsests, either of the same typocultural group, if you want to use that term, or the same period or of multiple periods. They are the most common Stone Age data set in the UK, and I'd argue they're probably the most common data for Stone Age sites globally. They are quite frequent, and they certainly outnumber our current knowledge of excavated sites. They are often also spread over considerable areas because of their erosion. Now, the history of surface lithic scatters, by the way, lithics is a fancy word for worked flint, to clarify, is one that is inseparable, really, from Stone Age archaeological research in the British Isles. The earliest sort of investigations into this period were associated with the collection of surface artifacts. In fact, there's even a pre-archaeological collection of surface lithics. I'm sure each nationality here has their own name for axe heads, polished stone axe heads, whether they're thunderbolts or some other sort of artifact. So there's a long history of collecting these surface lithic scatters. However, in understanding landscapes, the history is very tightly connected to landscape surveys, large-scale landscape surveys, which came with the birth of landscape archaeology in the UK in the 1970s. Now, this wasn't the first survey by any means, but the East Hampshire survey was a very important survey because it tested various methodological aspects of field walking and the implications of lithics in prehistoric environments. And obviously, unlike later periods where we have records or we might even have structures or earthworks, for much of prehistory, the only data set that we realistically, tangibly have in front of us are these surface lithic scatters. So they are really the only proxy we have for understanding landscape use. Now, unfortunately, since the 1990s, these landscape surveys have really declined, which is in direct contrast to the actual boom we've seen in lithics data, particularly that recorded by the Portable Antiquities Scheme. So you can see here that that's the fourth largest group now, flint, which is mostly prehistoric. A little bit of it is going to be gun flints that are medieval and post-medieval and so on. However, if you look at it, 2% is actually not a very big number, considering the Stone Age is the longest period of human history and archaeology, and lithics are the dominant remnants of that period. So we're actually looking at a bit of a collection bias, which we've all been speaking about today, which is understandable with the Portable Antiquities Scheme. It's obviously heavily associated with the detectorists and metal finds and so on. But it certainly reflects the public view of lithics as grotty old rocks that don't really tell us a lot, but it's definitely not the case. However, something that does lie within the remit of the PAS, and I have to be honest and frank, and this is by no means an attack or something critical, is the recording standards and qualities, particularly the typology used for lithic artifacts. So here we have what I would class as a misidentified artifact, a Mesolithic arrowhead, which doesn't really exist actually in UK lithic typology. And looking at this artifact from these pictures, I'm pretty certain that it is simply a secondary flake. So we have an issue with collection and recording. This is no means to disparage the recorder or the creator or the finder or anything like that. This is really not their fault. This is something that can be improved by reports and liaising with specialists. So to really demonstrate, to hammer the point home that lithic scatters really are important, I'm using my own research, which is the Ropley survey. So Ropley is a small East Hampshire village situated on the west of this quite interesting geological and geographical formation called the East Hampshire Ridge. It's an area which is really poorly understood in prehistory and has seen very little archaeological research. Most of this research is focused on Roman sites, unfortunately, but there is a high archaeological potential here for prehistory. We have lots of finds in the county archives. We have archival collections from private collectors, and its unique geology and geography certainly lend it to a unique Stone Age characteristic. This is the larger, wider area of my research focus, and I'll show you some of the results now. So every single dot you see on this map is a lithic artifact, which I've collected personally over the past 5 years with my phone and with GIS mapping. I'd love to go into details. I could do a 2-hour talk about all my results, but I won't. Simply put, you can see where I focused my survey areas, where you can see the SC followed by number. Those are various fields. SC just refers to a field. And to really summarize this map, it's the two clusters that you can see, the blue cluster called SC2 and the red cluster SC3, which really demonstrate really interesting things about the landscape. So these two clusters are incredibly similar in their makeup. They are heavily Mesolithic, but then there's a very, very strong late Neolithic signature, which is something we see actually throughout southern England, where late Neolithic peoples are reusing or utilizing similar resources and thereby occupying similar areas as Mesolithic peoples. But anyway, to summarize the results, as I mentioned, East Hampshire's prehistory is incredibly poorly unknown, and as a result, this area of upland was deemed basically unsettled. And you'll see this in quite a lot of accounts from earlier, particularly of the last century. However, not to brag, but my research really has fundamentally changed the perception of East Hampshire's prehistory. Through small-scale field walking on my own over 5 years, I have been able to make an impact. We have every single Stone Age period and sub-period present, which is actually remarkable on its own, to be honest. We have Lower Paleolithic hand axe fragments, which is that lovely 3D scan which my partner prepared for me. We have Middle Paleolithic transverse scrapers. We have Upper Paleolithic points. We have early, middle, late Mesolithic microliths. We have early Neolithic arrowheads. We don't have any Middle Neolithic yet. I'm working on that. And we have a lot of late Neolithic evidence. So that's really, over 600,000 years of human activity in one landscape collected over 5 years. So it's really significant. And my favorite example of this are the Neolithic picks, which I chose to focus on for my BA. So picks are these really mysterious, odd artifacts that have sort of puzzled archaeologists for many years. Are they agricultural tools? Are they digging tools? Are they flint procurement tools? Are they woodworking tools? So I decided to focus on them because I found 57 of them during my survey, which is, by the way, the second largest published fieldwalked assemblage of picks in the UK. So it's quite a sizable amount. But to make sense of these odd artifacts, I developed a morphological analysis system, looking at how they were made and how they were used. And interestingly, these artifacts were made in incredibly brief times. They were made from natural flint nodules and fragments. They were used very briefly, and they were discarded before they could be broken. So from those facts, I'm quite happy to say that they are flint procurement tools. That's totally in line with all other procurement tools. We see this on Bronze Age copper mining hammers. We see this on antler picks. But the interesting thing is they are often discarded before they are broken, and the use wear is not significant, which suggests that flint was being procured in brief phases. And comparing this to the remaining assemblage, which is very heavily domestic, suggests actually in the late Neolithic, populations were primarily, at least in this part of the landscape, primarily being domestic and procuring flint as and when it was needed, which is a totally different image we have seen from other flint procurement sites and quarries. So that has just totally, given us a real insight into landscape use in this period, not just in this area, but also on such geologies. So to summarize, surface lithic scatters are incredibly important. They may be unstratified, but they can provide unparalleled insights into landscape use. So it's a prospection method really unlike any other. Aerial prospection is very good, but when you're working with a period that is only represented by a flint, primarily flint artifacts in the British Isles, you have to go in the field and do the work yourself. So it's a real shame we've seen these large-scale landscape surveys decline. They're by no means non-existent, but it's a real shame we've seen the decline, because this is really the only way we can understand Stone Age landscape use in so much of the world, particularly in the UK. So they really are important. They really have changed our landscape use. And if anything, actually their usability and their importance has increased. So with GIS mapping, with accurate phone locations, with new typologies, with new lithic recording technologies, the usability of this data has actually, increased without parallel since the 1970s. So we should really be getting our hands and feet dirty, getting back out into the field and collecting these surface lithic scatters and rewriting the prehistories of various periods and regions. However, this is not the only thing I'd say. We need to standardize our lithics recording. And this is where I hate to be critical, but the Portable Antiquities Scheme does need to perhaps work on some parts of its recording style and its use of typologies. And this is by no means a big crisis, and the Portable Antiquities Scheme is awful. It's just something we can definitely work on together with the help and support of specialists by the creation of reports. I have heard various reports circulating, but to create something more concrete is really important. So standardization is really important. Lithic studies can really benefit. So to summarize, surface collection and surface lithic scatters are more important than ever, really. And we should really be leaving no stone unturned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that's all 4 papers in this session. Really interesting, sort of 2 very personal talks looking at their own systems of recording and how their experiences in the landscape inform that. Also, 2 looking at a state level of how we organize recording and the systems of collecting material. So if I could invite the other three speakers to come up, we have about 20 minutes for questions. So I can open it to the floor. If you're online, I believe you can add questions probably to the chat, and those will be picked up. So can I open up? Does anybody have any questions for any of our speakers? And then back.
Hi, thanks for your talks. Just for context, I'm an FLO working in the Northwest. And I've got a question for Emmanuel about past recording of lithics. So the past database is very set up around individual finds and not really scatters. And I know there's going to be some features of the new database that will make it easier to record individual find spots for things like that. And then also, as I think you kind of alluded to, like we tend to build more specialist knowledge in metal finds and not so much lithics. Is the past database the right place to be recording lithic scatters, or would a more specialist database be more appropriate?
Yeah, really good question. I think, yeah, the PAS, in my personal opinion, is the best place for this. If we start to fragment and create new databases for specific purposes, then we get this atomization, and it's very hard to, then you basically have to use 4 databases for one piece of research. So I definitely think it's the right place. And I think there are frameworks in mind to record correctly lithic scatters. But yeah, definitely specialist input, which is obviously what everyone needs and everyone wants for every period. So, it's a bit of a redundant point, but yeah, specialist input is the way to go, I think. But yeah, stay with the PAS. There's nothing inherently wrong with the system. It's just that extra bit of advice that could be really helpful. Yep.
I think I saw a hand raised at the back. Yes.
Thank you, everyone. We've got some questions online. So question for David. You mentioned that around 90% of detectorists finds are not archaeological. And the questioner is asking whether detectorists would be happy contributing to other sectors like environmental or security, or if there's a particular benefit to contributing to archaeological heritage sectors.
So yes, for sure, that's the aim of my presentation, that we also would like to contribute to the other sectors, to the whole society. So for example, if we find like friends of mine, that was a very important find for security. So they made that was between 25 and 30 years ago, I don't know exactly. They found next to my village, they found a cache of 20 kilo of plastic explosive. First they thought that it's like drugs, they called the police. Then they came, they called the helicopter from Munich. And then they said, okay, that was super important that you reported it. And the thing, because I mentioned, for example, that we would like to have an app, for identifying and reporting the explosive immediately, because a lot of persons first, they are afraid that they have costs, that they need to pay something. And they just said, okay, today it's not my problem, I dig it again. But later on, to be honest, it won't be cheaper than today to report and to bring that stuff away. Because next year, higher wages, higher costs for the contract with the company who has a contract for this, and also for the environment, because that stuff also goes in the ground, and then that cost will be higher. So for this reason, we would like to have that app, and everything would be more effective. Because, for example, I also found a grenade, and it was a dangerous one. Then the police came and thought, that's maybe from New Year's Eve or something like this. He brought it to the car, and his colleague and I were just looking, said, okay, better leave it here. And the other day he came with the guys from the specialists. They told him that wasn't good that he taught it, put it away. And then he said, thank you, please call me for each patron you find. And they said, okay, for this we need to find another solution, because we can't bring this small patrons with us. So I don't know, cartouche. And that's another thing, but we need to find another solution. For this reason, we would like to have this app, and also for the environment, it would be good.
Was there another question online? Is that right? No. Okay, well.
Oh. Yep. Emily, I was just wondering, when it comes to the database, is this just a public finds database, or actually is it part of an archaeological archive as well? Do you bring those collections together?
At the moment, it will just be for the public database. However, we are aiming to build an API that means that other databases can take our data. So historic environment records, for instance, that's something that still needs to be figured out. The priority, phase one, if you like, is the back end, the case management system, making sure that works to streamline our work before phase two, we look at the website and the front end of the public database. So there's lots going on at the moment. So I'd say watch this space, but these are all things that we're thinking about, is how we feed into other databases, because we want our data to be used. It's useful, so it should be used.
Well, that sounds ideal, because when you're trying to investigate and look at things from a desktop perspective, it's very difficult when you've only got part of the data there, isn't it? Trying to bring it all together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And whenever we receive a request for data, we can give it. But as you saw, very little of our data is digital. So we can provide an aspect of it, but it's not everything. There's definitely a piece of the story missing because it's trapped in a box file. So there's a lot of work to do.
Got Peter, Jan, and then Michael, and then Ian.
Thank you. Thank you all four for very interesting talks. I have a question for Rikke. The graph you showed was very intriguing to me, because it showed a much more rapid rise of reported cases, or considered cases, I think you call them, versus what was actually designated as DNF. Did I interpret that correctly?
The graphs have several lines, and one of those is the amount of fines. And I think I have borrowed it from my good colleague Paul, and I do think that it's data from DIME. So DIME has a lot of non-treasure trove find as well.
Yeah.
But it is my understanding that the local museums are sending in less findings that are not treasure trove. They are getting better and are really good at deciding what is under the regulations. So there shouldn't be that much going into the National Museum that is not treasure trove at the moment.
Okay, because I was wondering where that discrepancy comes from. I'm afraid not to say anything. And whether that's a matter of capacity or changing assessment as the body of the NFA, already recognized NFA, grows, that you make other priorities, or?
I mean, the graph is definitely a result of how much that my colleagues can actually process during a year. There is a lot more findings than they have time for. That's why we have a several-year waiting period to just get it accessed, even at the local levels, before it even reaches the National Museum. So you can also see, like the Corona years, it's really low, but those years we actually had more findings because people did not go to work, so they could just go out and use the detectorist. So you have to read into the different kinds of backgrounds for the data there as well.
Thanks. Hello, Ian Richardson, Portable Antiquities Scheme. Thank you all for fascinating talks. Really appreciate the contributions. Manny, I think you've signed yourself up for a training session of our fines liaison officers. Seriously, to follow on from a point that Theo made, we are working on the next iteration of the PAS database, and as part of that, colleagues are working on refining the controlled vocabulary, which goes into these object types for the various artifacts. And so hopefully a lot of these out-of-date terminologies will get fixed, but also, of course, the database itself and the practice of recording is iterative, and a lot of colleagues, when they are recording, will refer back to previous records on the database. And so if there are errors, such as the one that you spotted there, that is liable to get repeated ad nauseum until someone spots that it's incorrect. So by all means, and you're probably aware of this, but if people do spot something they think is incorrect, submit an error report and we can try to fix those. And I am serious too about connecting with us about offering training and speaking to our fines advisor who's particularly interested in lithics. I had a question for Rikke about the structure in Denmark and the 27 local museums. And I thought it was an interesting observation about how their variation in practices influences finder and finder behavior and perceptions. And thinking about the translating it to situation here in England and Wales, not so much on finds recording aspect, but in terms of acquisition of treasure finds here, we see quite a variation between, you could say, capacity, but also, I suppose, willingness by some museums, depending on their collection policies in terms of the material that they do collect. And so in some areas, there are very comparatively few treasure finds that end up in museum collections, where in others, they'll collect almost anything that's presented to them. If you, one of the reasons that gets cited for that is the funding situation and the, you could say, crisis in museum funding, especially for local museums, and where there's a situation that in some museums they have almost no archaeological provision to curate their collections, so they feel almost incapable of making a decision about what they collect or not. So in Denmark, I was just curious, how is the situation for the funding of those local museums? Is it all centralized or is it very regional?
The funding that goes into handling all these detector finds, the local museum must find those money themselves from their own budgets for the money they get in from their visitor centers, from entrance and so. They do not get money from the state to handle this process, even though it's part of the law that the law actually says that a treasure trove should be handed into the National Museum, but the local museums have to report to something called Fund of Fortidsminder, which is another system where they also put in their own archaeological data in regards to excavations and such. So they have to have the findings before they get to the National Museum and hand it in then, but that part of the process is not funded. So it takes up to 1 and 1.5 years of work from some of the most busy museums, and that gives a problem because they have to find that money just from whatever they have extra. So for some of those museums who do not have that much extra from busy visitor centers or museums where they can get money from the shop or entrance, then they have a problem because they do not have people to do so. So they also collaborate, some of them, with local volunteers that also help, especially when it comes to ceramics and flint. But they try their best at the moment, and also they have started, most museums have started to use Stime, where the local detectorist actually can register the items themselves, and then experts or the museums can go into those data and edit them if they have done it wrong, and then they can import it from Stime to their own system. So that's the idea, that we are working towards a system where the detectorists can do the majority of the work themselves, so we don't have to have a detectorist to say, this is this kind of brooch. The local museum say, yes, this is this kind of brooch, and write it all down again for it to come to the National Museum a few years later, where they say, oh yeah, that's actually that kind of brooch. So we're trying to cut it down, and the Danish detectorists are really good at that. So it's a pleasure to work with.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you.
Hi there, it's for Ricky too. As you know, and I'm a great fan of the system in Denmark, and also what you do at the National Museum, but also in Dime as well. It kind of follows a little bit what Ian was saying in some respects. There's kind of two aspects to this question, really. The first one is, as you obviously know, but for the benefit of other people, it was the case that fines would be reported to the local museum, and then Danife would be taken on by the National. But now with Dime, there's another aspect to that process. And as you said, I think it's probably fair to say different local museums work with that system slightly different ways, or have adopted it in different ways. So I guess the question is, which is a bit provocative, I guess, is to what extent has Dime sort of muddied the system a little bit? And, you know, what is in place to kind of make it all kind of, you know, work sort of properly? And the second sort of question, I suppose, is more to what you were saying about regional museums is really interesting in relation to the PAS, as Ian was saying. I mean, have you ever done any comparative study to how those kind of regional approaches work in different European countries as well? So 2 questions.
For the first one, I would say that the different local museums have reacted differently to DEME. It's important to understand that DEME is not a state-issued program. It's a program made under a research project at Aarhus University. So they are the one who are handling it and developing it. So it's something they have chosen to take in. So it's not mandatory to use at any way along the road of registering objects. So some really like it and use it actively, and others think it makes it even more hard or more detailed that it needs to be before they can just send it into the National Museum. So people do not agree on how much they like that process, but the detectorists enjoy it because they also get like graphs and maps over their findings with color coded, so they can like keep an eye on how their findings are laying in the landscape. So that's nice. And could you repeat the second part of it?
Yeah, the second one is whether you've kind of looked at any comparative nature between the Danish regional system and any other European countries. I mean, I think it would be interesting to look at how it works with Britain, of course, or England, I should say. Sorry, Emily. But yes, yeah, in England, to see how those systems kind of work, because we get that regionality, of course, in England. And I know, likewise, with detectorists here, they find that frustrating sometimes as well, which from an archaeological perspective, I think there's a lot of positives to a regional approach, but at the same time, that universality doesn't exist, and that seems to create its own issues as well.
I haven't looked into like comparison on that part. My work have mostly been about how the detectorists work within the system, and from I can see from in that perspective is that the detectorists in Denmark like to work together actively with the local museums much more, and they want to hand in their findings. They get mad if they can't get a time to like visit to give them objects to the museum. And I think that makes a lot of difference from what I understand in some of other countries, how they feel about the objects they're finding. But no, I haven't looked further into like a more detailed comparison about like the systems themselves.
I'm aware that we are heading into lunchtime, so I will just check, are there any online questions that need to be asked?
Okay, sorry, I had a quick one just for Emily on this enormous task of digitizing all these folders. And I was just going to say, are you considering having PhD student placements? Because a lot of the PhD, no, seriously, because a lot of PhDs who have funding now have built in up to 6 months of funded placement time. And what we're finding at Reading is that not everybody's aware of that. And it's a brilliant thing, because it's great for the PhD student. They can go and learn real skills, but it's great for you because you have somebody who's actually paid, gets their accommodation paid. So it's brilliant.
I'm open to all options. The stumbling block for us in the past has been our capacity. So that bigger team that you just saw is a very recent thing, really, in our history. So we have the capacity now to manage a student placement, volunteers, whatever that looks like, in a way that we just couldn't in the past. I've already got a list of people who have volunteered their time to work with us. I've been collating it over the past 5 years or so. So I know that there is a lot of willingness out there. It's just setting it up. And a really stupid thing, desk space. It's organising silly things like that, and making sure that we have the right access levels and all that. But it is something that we are thinking about.
So we had a couple of questions that actually follow on from that, for Emily asking, if you have future funding, but also in terms of the decision of making the database from scratch and acknowledging that the laws in England, Wales and Scotland are different, but what were the other reasons for creating something from scratch rather than sort of liaising with PAS database?
We have slightly different needs from a database. So again, our primary our primary aim is to create the case management system. So until 2020, when we developed that, the funding we got was actually for a case management system. It was only when I came into post that I said, we should probably have a public database as well. So I very much saw the public database as building the architecture so we could build on it in the future. The case management system was always the priority, a way for us to manage our workload, manage our cases, track them through a system for us. So it was only after our recent review of the whole treasure trove system that the recommendations were to essentially develop that further. And part of that is the public database.
Right, we are starting to head definitely into our lunch break. So if anybody has any more questions for the speakers, do come and find them over lunch. We have until 2 o'clock. I believe there is a sandwich lunch across the way. So thank you very much to all our speakers.
Hi, everyone. Would you just mind taking your seats for the afternoon session, please? Hello, everyone. Welcome back after lunch. We're going to start now with the third session. And this is where we get to the real archaeology, the medieval period. So I'm really looking forward to this one because we've got three great speakers who I'm sure are going to do an absolutely fantastic job in educating you all about the medieval period and the importance of recording detector and other public finds. First of all, as part of the Medieval Ritual Landscape Project, we have Rob Webley from the University of Reading. Now, many of you will know Rob very well. He seems to hang around PAS like I don't know what. But he's going to talk about the medieval ritual landscape and the perspectives on lived religion through metal detected finds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Thank you for the kind introduction. It's a great pleasure to be here this afternoon. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm delighted to be talking to you all this afternoon about the Medieval Ritual Landscape Project, or MERIT, and representing our team, some of whom are in the room. Having introduced the project, I should show you the slide, really. I will share some insights on medieval lived religion thrown up by our investigations, principally those into artifacts. This, of course, is just part of our work, so you will want to read our book when it comes out, hopefully next year, I think, Michael. Is that the plan? So the Medieval Ritual Landscape Project has been running since 2023, led by Roberta Gilchrist at the University of Reading and our session chair, Michael Lewis at the British Museum. We have been using primarily archaeological evidence to explore how ordinary people lived out their relationships to the sacred, principally beyond the confines of their local church's walls, and how objects and the landscape were implicated in this. I've been working as one of the 3 postdocs on the project, soon to come to a finish. Elias Oxenen, also here today, has been applying innovative spatial statistical techniques to the find spot data, provided with these public finds to examine their relationships to routeways, boundaries, monuments, and much more. Ruth Salter, you can also see up here, also at Reading, has been sampling historical evidence for the use of objects in lived religion, identifying the kinds of practices and materials, particularly, we cannot always reach when using artifactual evidence. The objects which I've been focusing on have been recorded primarily through the Portable Antiquities Scheme, but we're also drawing on data from DEMA, PAN, Scottish Treasure Trove, and Canera in our international comparisons, a brief glimpse of which I'll show you shortly. Such public finds data, even in the UK, have been relatively untapped for the medieval period, and also for considering religious behaviours. In 2023, we downloaded over 1 million records from the PAS database, including some 337,000 attributed to our period of study, which runs from 1000 to 1600 CE. We are considering them through the lens of Christian materiality, the premise that ritual acts could imbue any object with sacred agency, while others had already an inherent connection to the divine, such as those containing precious metal or gemstones. Actually identifying whether in practice a given object might have been activated in religious terms has been possibly our main challenge, though one clear avenue is considering materiality, a point to which I shall come back at the end. Another avenue, of course, is the spatial context of a find. But this, as we know, can be limited for our main data set of public finds, itself largely restricted to non-ferrous metalwork due to the common recovery biases involved in metal detecting. To help contextualize both of these biases, we've also considered relevant excavated material from York and North Yorkshire to reveal, for example, that here, as elsewhere in the country, ancient artifacts demonstrably found in the medieval period were thought to have amuletic powers. So here we have a Neolithic to Bronze Age lithic implement, possibly an arrowhead. Manny will confirm that, I'm sure. Excavated from a later medieval context within a building at Sherburn Manor in North Yorkshire. At the same site, they found a Roman melon bead, an object type suggested to have been used as a medieval amulet against the evil eye. And from York, a late 9th century penny of Burgred of Mercia was found as a place deposit in the grave of an adolescent girl at the medieval churchyard of St. Helen on the Walls. Using such stratified examples from York and North Yorkshire, the first observation I wanted to share today is that such objets trouvés discovered in the Middle Ages from the deep or otherwise ancient past were more commonly deployed in the period before the Black Death in our dataset, while not being entirely absent in the later medieval period. By contrast, after the Black Death, more straightforwardly religious objects tended to be used, such as badges and inscribed metal accessories, relegating natural materials as used in placed deposits. If in general we're often inhibited by the lack of context of public finds, we can exploit the evidence of the objects themselves. In my main case study today, we're going to go to the end of our project date range to consider potential Reformation destruction. Clearly religious, objects used by the clergy during church liturgy or outside the church during processions and various visitations were not intended to get into lay hands. It is clear that some objects did, though, as exemplified by certain medieval papal bulli recorded through the PAS, converted into spindle whorls, weights, seal matrices, and pendants. For others, signs of damage have been suggested to be evidence of iconoclasm at the Reformation period, not least in our Chair Michael's publications. As public finds, ecclesiastical objects are strongly represented by components relating to crosses, and that's the line at the top of this chart. Many of these were made in Limoges in France. Apart from various other Limoges mounts, also on screen, and a few other relatively common object types, and the odd bit of architectural stonework, there is very little other material in our database. There is very little other material in our database. Notably here, items relating to the Eucharist. That is, the kinds of items documented in an almost universal manner in church inventories. We have to suppose, therefore, that these sacred vessels, being made of precious metal, were comprehensively dealt with by the Edwardian church commissions of the 1550s, that is, if they had not been embezzled in the years preceding. But using our overwhelmingly base metal ecclesiastical items found through metal detecting, we may propose different stories from the same period of the Long Reformation. Because objects like crosses or reliquaries were composite items made of metal components attached to wooden substructures, it can be hard to say whether the finding of an isolated component represents Reformation destruction or a more longue durée taphonomic process. While we acknowledge that such finds of components may well constitute evidence for destruction, we found it safer to use observations of damage to components to suggest iconoclastic action. And to turn those ideas around, might a relative lack of damage or evidence for modification sometimes suggest concealment or curation of a given object at the Reformation? Because we know from discoveries elsewhere that at the Reformation, some parishioners or members of the clergy hid various items of statuary and equipment in the hope that they would be able to use them again. And we can add one PAS find to this group. A Limoges saint figurine, like the one on the screen, top left, was found concealed behind a column of the chancel arch of St. Michael's, Garway, in Herefordshire. Beyond church buildings, one pyx lid, that is from a container for the reserved Eucharistic host, has been recorded through the PAS, and that is the one on screen, found near a parish boundary in North Yorkshire, alongside a copper alloy crown that probably once adorned a religious statue. Here and elsewhere, the relative completeness of this of object components might be tentatively used as a measure of possible curation. Within our dataset, 62% of saint figurines, so again, that's like the one top left here, have been found complete. And that proportion is higher than any of the categories of ecclesiastical object we've otherwise studied. Elsewhere, Marion Campbell, also in the audience, has suggested that they might have escaped destruction to have an extended use life as toys. Another notable PAS find in terms of its completeness is the censer cover shown here from South Shropshire, so that's bottom left. This particular cover may be viewed in the context of the overwhelming extent of fragmentation of censers otherwise documented in our database. We saw some censer fragments from Norway as well, excitingly. Not only this, but censers are the object type that has been found consistently near churches by our measure of a 500-meter radius. While other object types tend towards being found in proximity to churches, such as processional crosses and chrismatory vessels, censers have proved the only object type for which this relationship is statistically significant. In Norfolk, in particular, such fragments of censers found near churches perhaps implies Reformation destruction as public spectacle. But censers are not the only type of ecclesiastical object to show effects of damage. Some of the most extreme examples seem to have been reserved for figurines from crosses. Some from processional crosses have been found with cut marks. In the case of the example on screen, so top left, the cutting is so extensive and violent that I could not identify whether the original figure was meant to be Mary or John. Some in the audience might be able to do better than me, but I couldn't. Figurines of Christ have also been found defaced. This example, top right, from Cerne Abbas in Dorset, was published as being traumatically twisted. As striking, if not more striking, is the phenomenon of decapitation and dismemberment. This cannot always be distinguished with certainty from breakage at what were various weak points on such objects. Rather, it draws attention to itself by its frequency. While such breakage might be evidence of iconoclastic wrenching apart of crucifixes in itself, remarkably, on the merit database, we have 8 heads from Christ figurines, like the one on screen, and further examples are known elsewhere of both heads and headless bodies. There are also numerous feet and hands, or bodies missing these parts. Our most complete of components, you might remember the Limoges saint figurines, were not immune to such treatment, particularly decapitation, though the numbers are small compared to the Christ figures. The bodily locations targeted accord well with those identified by Pam Graves in relation to iconoclasm aimed at church statuary and painted representations. They also find echo in the treatment of various religious pipeclay figurines studied by David Gamester. Paralleled in contemporary judicial punishment, attention devoted to the head and the hands in particular, but also the feet, was commensurate with treachery. In this respect, these icons of Christ in particular, but also of intercessory saints, may have been perceived as having betrayed their parishioners. So naturally, we wanted to explore whether there was a similar Reformation evidence from elsewhere in Europe. Our focus was on components principally from Limoges crosses, although some of the figurines studied could have come from other types of object. So far, we've traced relevant objects through Pan, Dima, Danafe, Scottish Treasure Trove, and various publications from the continent. Though the numbers from the more recent European public finds databases are, of course, far fewer, in the range of Limoges components found across Northwest Europe, we already have comparability between PAS data from England and Wales and that from other countries, particularly from Denmark. Again, taking our measure of iconoclasm as not just the finding of components of parent objects, but evidence of damage to those components, comparisons at the moment are slightly confounded by a lack of Christ figurines in the continental databases. That said, the overriding impression from the small continental corpus is of the relatively good condition in which these Limoges cross components are being found across the various countries in which they're encountered. This is consistent with suggestions for a more gentle reformation that has been argued, for example, for Sweden. And yet, as you can see on screen, suggestions are starting to come from Denmark specifically of the kind of cutting, striking, and in one case, decapitation of components seen in England. So very quick final case study where I'm going to look at how people in the Middle Ages used objects as part of daily life, primarily to protect themselves and their possessions. And within an arbitrary group of what we've called everyday objects, I'm including things like brooches, strap ends, buckles, purses, hook tags, spindle whorls, and harness pendants. The specific examples considered were those with religious inscriptions and or depictions. So a few headline findings because of time is running away here. The first is that in these objects of everyday life, we have very little evidence for object modification. Neither the punishment we've seen meted out to various ecclesiastical objects, nor the ritual engagement with intercessors we've noted as a project elsewhere, for example, in the folding of medieval coins. The second is that on these everyday objects, we have very few spiritual agents being referred to, with lordly, Marian, and especially Christological invocations accounting for over 80% of the data set. And on these objects, I've only identified 5 saints, particularly St. Christopher, you can see on screen, on 15th century strap ends. This contrasts with other groups of objects we've been looking at elsewhere, which we've categorized as more devotional, that is, items that provoked ritual action, principally prayer. And finally, within this group, there is a clear divide in the deployment of materials. So the vast majority are made from copper alloy alongside various leaden objects. And within this data set, at least, precious metals are largely reserved for brooches. And they're really quite significant proportions of silver and to a lesser extent gold being used for brooches with these religious types of everyday object than there are otherwise within the brooch corpus. And what we've noticed is that these religiously inscribed objects in particular coincide with the use of silver to argue that the power of the inscription and the metal in combination is enhancing the apotropaic character of such objects. Perhaps we can frame these everyday objects in a slightly different way, though, namely in terms of how they were deployed on the body. We thus have brooches, often worn near the heart or certainly on the upper body, while other objects were often worn at the waist. Precious metal items, our brooches, were thus considered far more appropriate for the upper body, where we've noted particular inscriptions, and here, particularly Christological inscriptions, combining with the qualities of precious metal to protect the wearer. Towards the waist, meanwhile, the holy name protected its wearer, as did predominant invocations to the Blessed Virgin Mary, who, along with the saints, perhaps also provided a moral example at this vulnerable location. So this afternoon, I hope to have offered some glimpses into how objects were implicated in medieval lived religion. Otherworldly objects from the deep past, objects made of specific materials and deployed in distinct bodily zones, and objects that were ultimately punished by those that once revered them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Rob. As before, we're going to take the questions at the end. So next in our trilogy of medievalists, we have Oliver Crichton. Some of you will know him as Castle Crichton, even. But today, he's not going to talk about castles, but instead, he's going to talk about two projects, it seems. A bit greedy, but anyway, first the Warhorse project, and then also the Where Power Lies project. And as Oliver will explain, they very much involve Portable Antiquities Scheme data. So thanks very much, Oliver.
Right, thank you very much. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the invitation to speak. Thanks to the organisers for putting together such an excellent programme, and it's an absolute pleasure to be able to contribute. So my role today is to talk about two projects, to introduce and to talk quite briefly about two projects that have both collaborated with, both partnered with the Portable Antiquities Scheme. And the two projects have a couple of things in common. First of all, they're medieval projects focused on the medieval world. They're focused specifically on aspects of military and elite society in the Middle Ages. And I'd also like to stress right from the start, they're both projects that are multifaceted. They have analysed a lot of PAS data, but portable objects aren't the sole or the prime focus of these two projects. So what I'd like to try and do is introduce the projects and try and show how PAS, analysis of PAS data worked alongside other types of evidence, how PAS analysis can complement other lines of evidence, how it can interact with other data sources. So the two projects I have in mind that I'd like to talk about, first of all, the Warhorse project that finished in 2023, that was based primarily at the University of Exeter, collaborating with the University of East Anglia. And second, I'll move on to talk about a project called Where Power Lies. Warhorse is, of course, all about medieval military horses. The Where Power Lies project is about Saxo-Norman power centres. So first of all, Warhorse. I would make the point, the image of the armoured knight riding into battle on an armoured warhorse or riding to the tournament field is one of the most iconic images of the Middle Ages. The warhorse is absolutely central to the image of the medieval warrior aristocrat. Warhorses are bound up with concepts of knighthood and concepts of chivalry. But prior to our project, I think it was fair to say that established understandings of warhorses focus very much on historical scholarship. There are some wonderful books on medieval warhorses written by the great and the good of medieval history. But archaeological approaches had tended to be very fragmented, despite, and I would like to pay tribute to the fabulous book of John Clarke's book, The Medieval Horse and Its Equipment, which is very much based on evidence from London. We took the view that integrated archaeological studying different lines of evidence, from the landscape to documents to portable objects, could transform our understanding of horses generally in the medieval world and war horses specifically. So we were able to put together a multi-institutional and collaborative project that was funded by the AHRC. I won't name everybody here, but to point out in particular, Rob Webley, who's just spoken, you'll see in the middle. I want to pay tribute to his energy and his incredible work with the Portable Antiquities. It's a project that partnered with the Portable Antiquities Scheme, also with the Royal Armouries in Leeds, particularly to look at their world-leading collection of horse armour. So the project was divided into a series of different work packages. We took the view that we wanted to study the widest possible variety of archaeological and historical evidence. There were 6 main approaches, 6 main work packages, taking the view that one line of evidence could complement another, compensating for some of the weaknesses in other lines of evidence. So to go through them very, very briefly, we had a visual culture work package looking at depictions of horses and war horses from seals to manuscript illustrations. We scoured the British landscape for evidence of horse studs and training facilities and tournament sites, which I'll come on to later. Big components of the project was zoo archaeology, analysing tens of thousands of bones, in particular to map changing horse conformation through the Middle Ages. Documents, we scoured what are called the Equitium Regis accounts, royal horse accounts, and then onto the material culture. The Portable Antiquities Scheme database, we were able to, we worked with that database, cleaning it, mapping it in various ways. And what I'd like to do, I mean, it's a big project. I'd like to pick out 3 particular headline findings that relate to the portable material culture aspect of the project. I should also not neglect the importance of our outreach and our impact work. I should say, I mean, we partnered with the Portable Antiquities Scheme. We had staff on our steering committee who fed into it. I also like to think that we were able to offer something back, as well as extracting information from the database. We were able to offer, through Rob Webley's expertise, some training workshops, training PAS volunteers and staff in the identification of equestrian horse-related objects. And we also carried out public outreach events. We had a warhorse roadshow using some PAS materials, getting children to create their own armorial pendants, for example. I'd also just like to draw attention to a couple, sorry, just moving on. So the mainstay of the work package focused on material culture, as I say, involved working with the Portable Antiquities Scheme database, cleaning that data, mapping it in some standard ways, but also, I think, some quite innovative ways. I'd just like to draw attention to a couple of aspects of our work that I haven't got a chance to talk about. On the left, you'll see Rob Webley carrying out some metallurgical analysis of horse harness pendants. And the images on the right, bottom right, and the person measuring, that's a chafron, horse head armor. Major component of the zoo archaeological approach was to map changing horse conformation, horse size and form through the Middle Ages. And we were able to draw on 2 aspects of material culture, horseshoes and chafrons. We carried out a great deal of measurements on a great sample of horseshoes, many of them in the PAS database, and hundreds, well over 100 horse chafrons to ask what those aspects of material culture can tell us about changing horse stature. And the simple truth is, I mean, those 3 lines of evidence, chafrons, horseshoes, and zoo archaeological evidence all point in a similar direction, which is that medieval horses were a lot smaller than often envisaged. The most common medieval horse-related object on the PAS database, if you can read the table there, they're horse harness pendants. There were 5,810 of them on the database when we started. Next most common are harness fittings, harness mounts, and then much more modest numbers of spurs, horseshoes, bridle bits, and so on. So I'd just like to pick out 3 aspects, 3 headline findings from the project. So the first of them is this: we were able to commission some artwork reconstructing the changing shape of horses, but also changing equestrian apparel through the medieval period. And you'll see there various portable objects are in colour, indicating where they sit on the horse and how they changed through the medieval period. There's one thing I'd just like to highlight from that particular image. You'll see that the reconstruction of the Saxo-Norman horseman here, 850 to 1160, in answer to the big question of what changed in the world of horses and horse apparel as a result of the Norman conquest, the answer is not very much. In terms of horse stature, if anything, horses became a little bit smaller after the Norman conquest, particularly military mounts. Perhaps we see a change in horsemanship rather than horse-related apparel. It's bits in particular. There are important changes in bits that talk to different modes of horsemanship after the Norman conquest. Otherwise, there's very little diagnostic change as a result of the conquest. Moving on, here we see horse harness pendants mapped top left in, I guess, quite a traditional way. That's a heat map of those thousands of medieval pendants on the PAS database. But in the center and to the right, you'll see mappings of horse harness pendants that are new and different. What they're doing is mapping pendants that relate to specific noble families. We're able, looking at the coats of arms, heraldic symbols on those pendants, it was possible in certain cases to map pendants that relate to particular families. So in the center there, you see those are all pendants that are related to the Ufford family, the Earls of Suffolk. And you'll see there's quite a tight clustering around their castles in East Anglia. You can contrast that with harness pendants that show the arms of the De Boon family, 6 lions rampant. That's their symbol. You'll see the distribution of harness pendants is much wider. I think what you're seeing there is a different way of mapping the footprint, sorry to use the joke, or the hoof print of noble families. It's a different way of mapping that evidence. The third aspect of the findings from the Portable Antiquities Scheme aspect of the project relates to the archaeology of tournament sites and jousting sites. Perhaps you might think of the tournament site as the ultimate equestrian landscape, the ultimate chivalric landscape. And in the landscape work package, we scoured the English landscape for sites that might preserve physical evidence for jousting locations. They're incredibly hard to find. Many attributions are complete fantasy. At Bodiam Castle, top right, for example, the claimed jousting list is a 19th century field. I think it was only at Kenilworth Castle, actually, in the whole course of the project, that we were able to stand at a site there and think, yes, we're standing on the site of a jousting site that predates Henry VIII's famous jousting lists at his purpose-built palaces. But Portable Antiquities Scheme data, we suggest, can provide a means of mapping tournament sites, not jousting sites next to castles and other elite buildings, but tournament sites in the open countryside. We carried out a pilot exercise to see if there were correlations between a small number of documented, officially sanctioned tournament sites, tournaments that were permitted in the year 1194 and continued in use thereafter. And in most cases, there's no correlation between that site and particular densities of portable object on the PAS database. But in one case, there's a spectacular correlation. And it's this place here. It's an area between Blythe and Tickhill in South Yorkshire and North Nottinghamshire. Most of the dots on that map are horse harness pendants. There are some figurines, some other elite objects. But the thing I'd like to draw your attention to is that, can you see that? Number 2 on the map there, that's the traditionally recognized tournament site in this area. It's related to a piece of a place name or field name evidence. But can you see that the distribution of equestrian, essentially tournament-related artifacts is much, much wider? Got a distribution that covers a great swathe of landscape. Now, whether this is suggesting that you have mini tournaments happening in different parts of the landscape, or are some of these scatters representing the accommodation, the billeting of retainers, of participants, we don't quite know. But I think it's showing hitherto unrecognized potential of the PAS database to locate tournament sites. So moving on, I'd like to move to the second project, which is Where Power Lies, based at the University of Newcastle and led by Dr. Duncan Wright, who isn't able to make it here today. So the project set out to investigate centres of rural lordship between 800 and 1200, so spanning the period of the Norman conquest. Lordly sites where we see a juxtaposition of a residential site, usually, and an ecclesiastical building, either a chapel or a parish church. These are places from which the English landscape was planned, the rural economy was organised, social control exerted, but these sites had never really seen systematic archaeological analysis. So we, again, were able to gain funding from the AHRC and set out to investigate these sites in a systematic way. We took a longue durée approach to lordship sites, looking at their prehistory as well as their medieval phases. We wanted to move beyond concepts of defence to appreciate their function, their significance, their meanings, their chronology. And if there's a guiding principle to this project, it's the idea of technologies of power. We wanted to recognise that technologies of power didn't simply involve buildings, they involved associations with ecclesiastical sites, with mills, and as we'll see, portable objects have an important part to play in that argument as well. We mapped evidence for portable objects, lordly sites at a whole variety of scales, from the national to the local. And I'd just like to pick out very, very briefly 2 case study sites. This was the pilot case study site, a place called Lawton on Lamorthen in South Yorkshire, where we have a very well-preserved Motte and Bailey castle that for many years had widely been suspected to have been constructed over an earlier Saxon seat of lordship. There's an intriguing reference in Domesday Book to a hall at this site before the conquest, and the church has important late Saxon architecture. Through a programme of field work, including some pilot excavation and geophysics, the team were able to map the transformation of Lawton from a Saxon seat of lordship into a Norman Motte and Bailey castle. And this is where the portable objects come in. For the case study sites that we investigated for Where Power Lies, there were 8 of them in all the pilot study and 7 main sites. We looked at PAS distributions around that particular site. And I'd just like to highlight, in all these cases, we've got a 5-kilometre radius. That's the Portable Antiquities Scheme distribution, and the site in question is in the middle. Just want to point out 2 very, very quite obvious points. First of all, we see continuity from pre-conquest elite objects through to post-conquest elite objects within the vicinity of the site. So in many cases, that chronology is mapping onto what we know about the transformation of the lordship site from a Saxon site to a Norman site. But what's interesting is that there are few objects immediately around the lordship site. Instead, we see a halo of objects. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to be relatively quick here. The second case study I'd like to draw attention to is Bosham in Sussex, which is famous through this, it's timely. The Bayeux Tapestry contains an exceptionally rare visual depiction of this lordship site. It doesn't just depict it once, it depicts it twice. You see it up here. It's on the south coast in Bosham. And unbelievably, there have been very little or virtually no systematic archaeological evaluation or investigation of this location. So our project carried out a great variety of field work, standing building analysis of the church and other remains, quite large-scale geophysical survey, reinterpretation of past archaeological excavations. We were able to map the footprint of the lordship site at Bosham, map the evolution of Bosham more generally. When we had a press release, the bit that the press picked up on, nothing to do with the actual mapping of the lordship site. They were absolutely fascinated in the evidence for a late Saxon latrine. You had these incredible headlines about how a royal loo helped track down the lost palace. Final slide on this case study. For all the case studies, we have these maps, PAS distributions around our sites. That is the Lordship Centre at Bosham. Again, I'd like to highlight there are relatively few objects around the site itself. Instead, we see a halo of objects. I mean, partly that's because, of course, there's a currently occupied settlement in this area, but this idea of a halo of objects around a Lordship site rather than a hotspot on the site itself, I think is very clear. It's also, you can make quite a clear case that the largest concentration of elite objects immediately before the conquest at Bosham, not around the Lordship site, but in the location of a pre-conquest deer park on the peninsula. Okay, so that's a whistle-stop tour through two projects. I'd just like to conclude by saying, with the Warhorse project, I hope to have shown how PAS data can feed into reappraisals of war horses, their equipment, their appearance, and hope to have shown some slightly different ways, some fresh ways of mapping equestrian material culture. The hoof prints of elite families through harness pendants, and that potential to locate tournament sites. With the Where Power Lies project, I appreciate some of that mapping is relatively basic, relatively simple work. The key point, well, I think there are two key points. It's one that 1150 is a bit of a watershed moment. Before this period, elite objects are relatively rare. After 1150, you see not quite an explosion of these objects, but a much greater variety: seals, harness pendants, etc., in much larger numbers. And this idea that elite sites, that the PAS footprint is not a hotspot around the site, it's a halo around it. I'd like to leave it there. Thank you very much. That's our website. Those are the publications, ADS, and acknowledgements. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ollie. So last but not least, Anne-Marie Williamson from the National Museum in Leiden, sometimes known to us perhaps as the Dutch Jeff Egan, very knowledgeable on material culture of all sorts. So she's now going to kindly speak to us about the commoner's silver. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And although I'm not sure it's meant to be I'm meant to be flattered by that comparison. Jeff was a good friend, of course, and is still dearly missed in everything we're doing. Thank you to the organizers for asking me to speak here today. And this is also where the picture that announced this event on the website and on social media will come actually into view. I'd like to talk about one specific category of metal finds, being belt mounts. And belt mounts are something that's very well known by detectorists and not very well known by anybody else, I think. There is a stark contrast between the accessories of many people envisioning and playing out the Middle Ages reenactment, where you see a sort of an eco kind of accessories with lots of raw leather and not much color and not much decoration. And it contrasts very much with the same image we have in medieval images, where you see a lot of shiny stuff, a lot of color and a lot of richness in the clothes of people. And we got into this subject of accessories when the National Museum acquired some 20 years ago the largest collection of medieval belt mounts in Europe. I think at least it became that with subsequent acquisitions as well. And this is the point where I would like to say that these collections were in private hands, and these kind of collections are still in private hands, but they are coming into the museum, and they're coming into the museums now in a very the pace has quickened, because these people who did lots of their kind of excavations, lots of detecting in the 70s and 80s, are now in their 70s and 80s, and they are trying to get rid of their material, sometimes when they're still alive and you can still ask them questions. Sometimes it will be as a bequest where you're missing out on that personal story, but also on lots of information. And to stress, none of these objects is in any of the databases. So the 1,500 now maybe 2,000 belt mounts from the Netherlands we have in the collection are not in PAN. So there is a point where we will have to connect that in order to get those maps you're showing, also to include the huge amount of material that's sort of now slipping sideways past the recording sessions straight into the large museum collections. And this is, of course, a very good and coherent collection that we got into the museum in 2006. But recently, we've been acquiring large collections of material where there will be tens or maybe hundreds of belt mounts inside everything else, with the badges, with the, the stuff. So it's work. There's still a lot of work that's still there. What we have, for the largest part, comes from what's called the drowned land of Zeeland, which is an area where in 1530, with a large flood on the 5th of November, about 60 villages drowned and were never recovered. Most of that material is in a tin lead alloy, pewter alloy, and it dates to the late 14th to 16th century. And what's good to remember is these are villages, these are village people. This is not a big town, let alone an elite. So you're looking at common people, if ever you're looking at them there. A small portion of what we have is early 14th century material from the Statenplein in Dordrecht, which had a huge excavation. Then the deepest layers were recovered and dumped elsewhere, and that the detectorists came in. So there we, most of what we have from that area is 14th century, is in copper alloy, and it's mostly stamped out small stuff. So in a way, this is a town, of course, it's the richest town in the Netherlands at that point. So in a way, these data sets complement each other in various ways. Different contexts, different dates, and different materials. The types we have is basically for reinforcement of holes or ends, but it's also for patterning of nails to strengthen a belt, and it's also for decoration. And of course, this all goes together very well. And many of what we have and what is around there, out there, is end pieces, either belt beginnings with a buckle or belt ends with strap ends. And this is partly, of course, because these elements of leather objects are the elements with metal which will bleep on your detector, but also, and especially in Dordrecht, this is the case, what we are finding here is waste of leather workshops. And leather workshops would buy up parcels of discarded leather, and they got rid of every single part they couldn't reuse. And that would include every single part of leather with too much mounts or too strong a strap end. So in those complexes, we also find full shoes or cut out stuff. So you're looking at what they couldn't reuse, and that's what's discarded. So it's not only a finding thing, it's an archaeological practice as well. Let's see. You've already noticed that these, although we call them belt mounts, they were not only on belts, but also on purses, on shoes, sometimes on other bits as well. And there's a huge diversity in them. We've got 1,500 pieces, and they're almost all different. That's also how they were collected. And it's only when they're on one still existing strip of leather that you have
numbers of the same one. So there's part of them are just sort of strengthening holes. There's animals, there's lots of fake heraldry. So just something that looks like a coat of arms. There's star shapes, there's lion heads, there's the moons and stars on that small bit on the top, which of course is one of the pieces where a purse was attached to a belt. So a huge amount of all kinds of language here in a way, imagery here. And to put our collection in context, we try to investigate all the belt mounts found in the area on the map, with a lot of help from some of our wonderful interns. And also, so it's pretty much the same. This is what comes out there, that it's all out there everywhere. Of course, it's also possible to connect the finds with imagery of the same. That's the beautiful thing about the Middle Ages. We all have it depicted as well, make some nice connections, which would help us to understand what the use of these objects was and what the meaning of these objects was as well. And here you see the badge where you can get help from one category to another. So there's metal decoration on bags and purses. And there's also on the left, there are badges which show the same objects with the metal decoration on. You see the parts of the metal mounts are also on patterns and shoes. And again, the imagery helps you to understand why that actually is there. And we have a big part of our belt mounts with religious imagery, or especially religious lettering. And this is very specific actually for the Netherlands, as we found out from a similar investigation into a large group of belt mounts here in the north of England and the south of Scotland. There were about, if I remember correctly, about 750 pieces and only 5 letters each. And we have 1,500 and over 450 are letters or letter combinations or monograms. So there's much more lettering, there's much more written messaging going on in the Netherlands. We can talk about why, but there's literacy and levels of literacy and differences in that involved as well. So lots of the lettering is either an M for Mary or an AM, which might be Ave Maria, so Hail Mary, which of course also for my name. So I'm glad that I was worshipped so much back then. And the imagery is actually, again, complementing this thing, is Mary, of course, being the most adored female of the Middle Ages, only second after her own son. But also a letter A or letter S or letter B could be anything really, right? So M with a crown could be Mary, but could be Maximilian as well. A B with a crown was Bruges. We know it was used that way. But if your name was Barbara, you might use the B as well. And we see a lot of that. So obviously, a lot of this was something you would want on your clothing. So these are not religious objects. These are daily life objects with a religious message, a religious content, because you wanted it there. And so these are some of the letters we have, some of the letter combinations, it's much more. And also there's imagery with the letters, with the lettering on belts as well. And another category which was very prominent is love. There is a bit of love everywhere. And it is especially as a belt, a strap end, we see it quite a lot. And also as separate mounts, and then a lot of them. So like I could still imagine like 12-year-old girls or 14-year-old girls with a belt full of like so small hearts. It has, again, a connotation in imagery as well, where belts are depicted in this image as one of the things you would buy for a lady, and therefore putting out these, this is a lover disguised as a seller of belts with mounts on, which would be a way to get access to the quarters of the ladies in the castle, to pretend you're selling these wonderful decorated items. And sometimes you have to look really, really closely. If you look at that belt, you wouldn't really see much more than a few hobnails. But when you zoom in, you see that this is not a hobnail, but it's really, really tiny, like 8mm memento mori, a face of a living person and part of a skull, which is something you would find in prayer beads in this time on both sides of a prayer bead. And this very, very tiny memento mori would sort of serve to remember maybe that you are, remember that, but it's something you couldn't see from a distance. So, right, so if you're wearing this belt with these memento mori mounts on it, and you walk up to someone, they wouldn't be able to discern what's there. So it would be something you would know what was there. Maybe it would protect you, maybe it would remind you of stuff. You could think of your memento mori belt to put on, but it wouldn't be a message somebody else could convey easily. Of course, these things are in other countries as well. And yeah, he was already there. Jeff already published a lot of this from the Thames foreshore, but it's also in every single other country, I think. I didn't inventorize all of this, but I could keep coming across examples at other points. And what's interesting about the international context of this material is that these metal mount belts seem to be all over Europe, and they're surprisingly similar, which means there's a sort of a general fashion of the later Middle Ages, and that Europeans communicated their preferences in the same way with the same things, which I think is an important thing to realize. And whilst you're looking at this, you see both the commoner stuff and also more rich stuff, like the belt from Venice in the V&A. And just to stress that the belt mounts that the detectorists find are now pewter ones that are black, but they were silvery, and they are copper alloy ones that were gold. So they are actually they were very shiny when they were used. And you can't appreciate that from the pewter ones at this moment, but you can appreciate better from the copper alloy ones at the moment. And then you get into fashion. So these are dress accessories. They are on top of clothing. The belt mounts like badges and like mounts on bags, they're on the top layer of what you're wearing. So they're the first thing you see. And they're different from time to time, but also different from place to place. And they were very aware of that. What you see are two wives of one same person in a portrait. And one of his wives was Flemish and the other was Italian. And they make the difference not only in her face, but also in what she's wearing. One is wearing Flemish fashion belt decoration. One is wearing Italian fashion the belt decoration with a very long strap hanging off the belt, much longer than the woman in the back in the Flemish dress has a very short hang with a much bigger buckle, and that connects with what we find in both countries. So they were very well aware of the differences. Having said that, we are still looking at the same type of objects, lots of it. And there is, of course, an echo in nowadays fashion, where you would have lettering that you would need to understand. So would an archaeologist still get the Gucci thing? would it be possible for historians in 100 years' time to distinguish a Wild West belt from a Maga belt? And there's, of course, we still have hard rock belts with hobnails, which are the same as they had in the Middle Ages. So we're still doing this. We're still communicating, although we're still not understanding everything of every person we see. We still don't know exactly why they have chosen to show this. And if there's a real Gucci one, because that's 6,000 pounds. Or if it's just a tenner, something of a tenner you buy on the street and it looks like a Gucci belt. And did we have the same thing in the Middle Ages? Yes, I think we had. This is where my title comes in. This is a Dutch quote, Mirror of Sins, which says, all common people wear their belts mounted with silver. And he doesn't mean silver. He means something that looks like silver. It can be seen in public and very bad because the belly is a dirty sack that has more filth in it than any other body part, and yet it's most honored with this belt with this beautiful silver. A barrel that has good beer or wine in it shall be bound with wood, and a sack that's filled with cinnamon and ginger tied with a simple cord. But man who is filled with sins is girded with silver. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite the other two speakers to come up with Anne-Marique? And we've got a bit of time for questions, about 15 minutes, and then we have a little break before the final session. So I don't know what we've done to upset the Almighty, but he's a bit angry out there at the moment. But has anybody got any questions for our panel? Dan, just wait for the mic. There's one over here, Dan.
Hi, I'm Daniel Pett. I've built the Portable Antiquities database a long time ago. I've left and done other things since. It's a question for any of you, actually. So we're often quite negative about the database itself. It's a really large structured data set, but what one thing would you have liked as researchers that would have made it easier to use or to create a different level of information for you to do your research from? It's a massive data set. You said you downloaded 1 million object records. What could you have done differently, or what would you have wanted?
So my answer is very, very simple. Creating distribution maps. I wish the ability to create distribution maps was a little bit more nuanced. When you create them, it seems to amalgamate lots of fine spots together in those big blobby symbols. So more nuanced distribution maps. It's a really, really simple answer.
What is data set with all these functions on it? What would you have liked to have collected or had access to from that data to make it more usable to you? Because obviously the database is built for hundreds of different object types and you can't do everything for everyone. So it's never going to be what you want. That's the thing. It's going to be a generalist database.
I'm going to compliment the database, not just because you're asking the question, Dan. I think it's a fabulous database. So many fields, the inscription field has been invaluable for kind of stuff I've been doing. The only thing that would make that better as I was using it was some sort of reminder to prompt people to actually complete it. Which they did for the most part, but there are so many kind of gaps in the data because that field wasn't filled in, or it wasn't filled in a consistent way. But beyond that, the only things I've done differently are things like, say, an object has a gemstone. I've been recording the color of the gemstone, and if it's been identified either scientifically or visually, I've been noting that down. But to try and do all of that for everything, like you say, it would be overkill. You can't create a database that does everything, I don't suppose.
Okay, so I can't see. Oh, yes.
question for Anne-Marie particularly. You've said these belt fittings were to look like silver or to look like gold. Do you actually find any silver or gold examples?
Yes, there are gold and silver examples, especially also lettering and small plaques attached to belts, sometimes leather, but also to textile bands. They are just not preserved that often, and if they're preserved, they're in specific contexts. So either in church treasuries when this belt was supposed to be the Virgin Mary's or something like that. Or in hoards of gold and silver fittings that have been recovered, especially in the context of pogroms in the 14th century. So there's a few Jewish hoards of Jewish silver and goldsmiths that include a lot of these, so sets of these mounts. That it's nowhere near the number, and they don't show up often as a single find, partly because, of course, you can reuse any precious metal, but you have to realize that what you have been looking at is very, very cheap stuff made in huge quantities in just loosening molds. They can still, like, you know, proper medieval type makers nowadays, like Dent House here, they can make hundreds or thousands in a day. So I mean, most of this material must have got lost as well, but there's still much more to remain because of its the huge mass production of what it was. So either the preservation, and then again, this drowned land has such a number of metal objects from the 14th and 15th and 16th century that we can only wonder what has been lost everywhere else.
One here and then over to the other side, if that's all right. Thanks.
Hi, this question is for Robert. You mentioned, well, you seem to speak a lot on items that remained very much in the area that they were found. They were made, used, and then either destroyed or lost within that area. What sort of work, if any, have you done looking at items of pilgrimage or items relating to pilgrimage or religious items that may have moved or been designed to be moved a long distance away from where they were originally made?
May I pass this over to Michael?
Oh, no, that's not fair.
who has been, it is friend of friend. Sorry, Michael's been looking at pilgrimage objects, which, as you imply, are the fascinating insofar as you can geolocate where they came from, or at least we think you can. Michael, do you want to come in on that?
Go on then, Anne-Marie, you go first. No. I'll come in after. Go on, you've set yourself up there.
All right. This is a huge area of research. It's been done in many countries at the same time, also in collaboration, which is interesting because these objects, as you said, were meant to travel. Then again, they stayed often really close to the persons who actually bought or acquired them and kept them with them or within their family and discarded of them at the place where they were living. There's other categories as well, like cloth fields that where you can see where they were made and where they ended up, but they don't get discarded a lot on the route from A to B. So you can still attach, they're still attached to the people who used the cloth or they used the pilgrim badge at home to put in their book or to hang on the wall or whatever to do with it. So there's still a connection within the domestic environment as well. So those have both. But of course, the mapping of routes and the whole Cunera database is just, and the collection that's now up for sale of 4,500 badges. Yeah, still a lot of work.
Yeah, I just noticed we haven't gone to the questions discussion slides. So I'll just pass on. But on pilgrim badges, I mean, one thing that we've been thinking about with the Merit project is is the kind of distinction between what we normally record as pilgrim badges on the Portable Antiquities Scheme database and then other religious badges. So we're kind of moving, I think, Rob, aren't we, to kind of distinguishing between devotional badges and pilgrim badges, i.e. pilgrim badges being sold and bought at pilgrimage shrines, and then all of these other sorts of devotional badges being sold potentially in other places. It seems, in a general sense, and this is quite general really, that pilgrim badges are generally going to be made of lead alloys and the other ones not, but that's a very broad distinction. It's not always the case. It seems on that basis that you can see that pilgrim badges, proper if you like, are more located around pilgrimage places, and you can associate some types with some places, but not always, and some of them have wider distributions and some of them have quite focused, which is quite interesting in terms of our project, because it means that some saints, as you'd expect, have a wide appeal, and then others a very focused one, which I think is quite interesting. And then we've also been looking at kind of ampulla as another kind of type of pilgrimage object, and other ones as well. But ampulla, as you all know, are found in kind of terrific numbers in relation to badges proper. And they have their own sort of symbolism on them, which obviously people have looked at before. That is harder to unpick, to be honest, in terms of its kind of focus. If you read some of the records on the PAS database, you know, they will say this and that, which are based, you know, become a bit apocryphal in some respects. So it's kind of, we've kind of been challenging some of those sort of assumptions as well through this project. So yeah, it's kind of mixed bag, I suppose, but I think we're seeing some certain trends in certain places with certain types of pilgrimage objects. Yeah, there was a question over there. Has anybody else got anything to say? Oh, sorry.
I was going to say that in this mixed bag, there's also a lot of badges that are not religious.
Yeah, I think it was Elias who's going to ask a question now.
Yes, thank you very much. So Elias Oksanen from the University of Helsinki. Actually, a really quick observation on Dan's excellent question on what databases could use. This is particularly true for the Portable Antiquities Scheme database, and this comes from an experience of working with this data with Rob in the medieval and Michael in the medieval landscape project. It's not particular to the PAS database, but the PAS database is an excellent example of the lack of metadata information. So there's not enough information about what the data actually is, even things like what are field descriptions. So what information do various fields contain, or paradata information, which is how this data has been gathered and accumulated over maybe decades. So that's something which all cultural heritage databases could benefit from and really should present. My question is to Anna Marike. Thank you very much for everyone for this presentation. I suppose you have these large data sets, I think of data, but collections coming from these detectorists who are now passing them on to museums. How do you encourage them to donate this information, their finds to museums? Do you have any observations or reflections on the processes by which these collections end up in the public domain, if you will? And because I'm sure a lot of collections just disappear, fragment, they are lost forever.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of people, so let me start. Some people just come to the museum and say they want to donate their materials, often their life's work. What helps is if you have a reputation for actually the sort of kind of work I've shown. So the point where you acquire a collection, you actually work with it and it gives some information and it gets out there. That helps, because we acquired the second collection because the publication we did on the first. The other thing is that people in the Netherlands and maybe in other countries can, if they donate to the museum, and the museum is a charity, they can actually have some tax deduction, and there is so that helps, because sometimes they often have devoted a lot of time to you know, detecting or a lot of money to buying stuff or whatever when they were collecting. And there's often also family involved that would like to see some money somewhere. And actually there's a domino effect. So somebody donated or bequeathed their whole collection of archaeological pewter utensils to us. And now we just seem to, every sort of 2 weeks, get someone who has a collection like that and would like to donate it. So careful what you're wishing for. But yeah, that's the two things. So word of mouth of what you're doing with it, and word of mouth that you're actually doing this.
Thank you. Thank you. That's really interesting.
Right, we've got time for one last question because we've got a very short break, I'm afraid. So Susie's going to do the last one, and then there might be a time to wrap up some others later.
It's going to be very quick because I don't want to eat into people's comfort break. It's a question for Oliver, actually. I was really interested in the focus on horses because I've been thinking a lot about more than human ideas and so on. And I wondered in that project, the extent to which you gave agency to the horses themselves and how that sort of played out in the way you were thinking about the finds and interpreting all of that.
Yeah, no, it's certainly something we recognise. I think we took the view that horses have a unique place in the medieval world. I mean, the anthropomorphic portrayals of them in literature. It's the imposition, the transfer of human characteristics onto horses. We found out absolutely fascinating. I think horses are the only species to be armored. I think they're the only, somebody can put me right here, I think the only species to be named. I mean, that's something that came, this is not on portable objects at all, but something that came out of the documentary accounts. Amazingly intricate ways that horses are named, often with a word that describes them physically in some way, their color, and then a word that describes where they're from. Yeah, just like I always hesitate to use the word unique. I think that's unique. Were they? with two names, though, or just one?
There's lists of medieval dog names, and also they have the name on the collar, and also falcons get named. So it's the animals that are closest to humans but then they do get, and bears and other things get armored. So, but okay, not in, but don't say only.
Never use the word unique.
Okay, we better have a break now. 15 minutes, so back at past for the final quickfire session. Thank you.
Well done.
Okay, do you want to take your seats? We'll get started in a minute. Hello, hi, I'm Adam. You all okay? Yeah. So it's just that one to advance, so that one to go back, and it will brings up whatever's coming next. Slowly drifting back in. Great. Okay. Hello, everyone. Hope you've had a brilliant conference so far. We've made it to the last session. This is session 4, which is going to look at artifacts. And we've got 4 quickfire papers, which is going to take us from Northern Ireland to London to Kent and all the way to Estonia. So kicking us off, we have Philip MacDonald, Archaeological Finds Officer from National Museums, Northern Ireland, a carved stone head from Ballycastle, County Antrim, Iron Age or 19th century.
Thank you. Under the Historic Monuments and Archaeological Objects Order of 1995, there is a statutory obligation on members of the public to report all archaeological finds found in Northern Ireland. In practice, we have not been able to realise the potential of this statutory reporting due to a lack of staff resources. Consequently, there's been a massive underreporting of finds in Northern Ireland, resulting in an inevitable gap in research and publication in comparison to the Republic of Ireland and Britain. However, following my appointment to the newly created role of Archaeological Finds Officer at National Museums NI last year, we've begun to address some of these long-term problems. And today I want to talk to you about one of the first research fruits arising from the creation of this new role. So what I want to show you is this recently reported stone head from Ballycastle in County Antrim. It's the one on the left. It's carved from a single block of local quartz-rich sandstone and is the head of an apparently bald, mustachioed figure with well-defined eyes, ears, nose and mouth, all carved in the round. And although, as we shall see, the base and the back of the head have been dressed to form flat surfaces. Now, as any museum curator will tell you, stone heads carved in this simple, archaic style are notoriously difficult to date. There is a discontinuous insular tradition of carving them, which dates from the Iron Age through to at least the 19th century, when there existed in parts of Ireland and Britain a practice of placing such heads in newly built vernacular buildings, apparently as apotropaic devices, like the example from Risk in County Down on the right. Despite these difficulties, there has been one stylistic feature that hitherto has been confidently considered indicative of an Iron Age date, and that is the so-called whistling hole. Now, whistling holes are these cavities drilled through the mouth, which look like they're designed to stick a cigarette into. The function of these holes is uncertain, but they may have been used to provide offerings to whatever spirit, ancestor, or god was thought to reside in the stone head. The conventional dating of this feature to the Iron Age is based upon, as far as I can see, a single continental parallel, and that is the famous stone head from Mrčecká Šarovica in the Czech Republic, which was recovered during excavation from a mid-2nd to mid-1st century BC context within a ritual ditched enclosure. There are a small number of Irish and British parallels, including the Corlick head and the example from Llanfair Puth Gwyngyth in Anglesey. Apologies to anybody from Wales for mangling that. Looking at these parallels, you might already think that the significant variations in their overall form suggest too great an interpretive weight is being placed upon the Whistling Hole analogue to justify extending the continental dating to the insular examples. And in his study of the archaic stone heads of West Yorkshire, John Billingsley speculated on no cited authority that the stone heads with whistling holes were set up as Aunt Sally's at fairgrounds in the 19th century, and that a clay pipe was placed within the hole and customers threw batons at the head attempting to dislodge the pipe. Although the comparatively unbattered condition of the Ballycastle, Corlick and Llanfair Puth Gwyngyth heads indicates that Billingsley's suggestion is unlikely to be valid in all cases. Further interpretive doubt on the exclusively Iron Age date of whistling holes becomes apparent when we look at the reverse of the Ballycastle head. So, as you can see, both the back of the head and the areas behind the ears have been neatly dressed, and also a chamfered edge has been carefully cut and dressed with tooling marks indicative of the use of a hammer and chisel. Having consulted with the stonemasons who maintain the state care monuments in the north of Ireland, it seems that these tool marks can only be medieval or later in date. And certainly these dressed surfaces are not paralleled on any Iron Age stone carving in either Ireland or elsewhere that I'm aware of. They suggest that the back of the stone head was shaped so that it could be placed either within a masonry structure or fitted into a niche. So the question is, does the Ballycastle stone head undermine the Iron Age dating of whistling holes, and by extension, the stylistic dating of simple stone heads to the Iron Age? Or to put it another way, is the Ballycastle head Iron Age in date, or an example of a 19th century stone head carved in an archaic style? To meaningfully address the question, we need to move beyond considering the head as an artifact to be recorded and considered in isolation, and adopt a research-focused approach that enhances the value of the record by evaluating it within its historic landscape context in order to construct a life biography for the head. Now, the head was reported to us by a woman who found it whilst digging drainage ditches in the garden of her house, which was built during the late 1980s on a greenfield site on the outskirts of Ballycastle. As we have a precise find spot for the head, we know that it was found within the vicinity of the now lost Holy Well of Ramone. This well was recorded in the Ordnance Survey memoirs of the 1830s as being visited by many people suffering from bodily diseases who drank and otherwise applied the water as a remedy or a cure. The memoirs record that this practice continued until the early years of the 19th century when the well was closed up. While some of the Irish holy wells are simple springs or hollows, many are contained within well houses and other stone-built structures that may well have incorporated a stone head representing the associated saint. During the early 19th century, the Catholic Church began to suppress pattern days associated with some wells due to the decidedly unreligious activities and raucous amusements associated with the mass gatherings that occurred at them. And it's likely that this was the motivation for closing the well of Ramone. So, in conclusion, by evaluating the provenance of the Ballycastle head in its landscape setting, we can begin to construct a life biography for the stone head. Whilst absolute certainty of interpretation is not possible, the evidence of the whistling hole indicates that we have a genuine Iron Age stone head that was somehow rediscovered during the medieval or early modern period, modified by a skilled mason so that it could be incorporated into the fabric of a masonry structure. The historic landscape setting of the head's find spot suggests that this structure was associated with the popular holy well of Ramon. When the structure was demolished as part of the closure of the well during the early 1800s, it appears that the stone head was dumped within a nearby field. This field was divided up into building plots in the 1980s, and the head was incorporated into the garden of one of the houses. Finally, it was rediscovered by the homeowner a couple of hundred years after its deposition and reported to National Museums NI in time for me to think about it and then report it to you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. Okay. So next we have Joe, who will be familiar to many of you. Joe works for Mola, and he's going to talk about There and Back Again, the Waterford knife and the circular nature of stray finds recording.
Okay. Looks like I might have to do this without notes. So, despite the rather grandiose title I've given myself there, this is mostly an excuse for me to talk about some objects that have really been on my mind since 2018, when I was the Finds Liaison Officer for Kent. And I think we've got at least 2, 3 other current and former Kent flows in the room. These objects all take the details from the Waterford knife. Now, this was found in the 1980s. It was at the time nearly unique and has an iron blade and tang, which is effectively typical of other medieval knives that we see for the period, but also has these amazing decorative elements, including a backing strip, a bolster, and an end cap. These follow Anglo-Saxon epigraphic styles, in this case talking about cutting of bread, potentially in reference to the Eucharist. At the time it was found, as I say, it was near unique. Since it was found in the 1980s, with the explosion of metal detecting we've seen throughout England and Wales, we now have, well, I think we now have about 23 examples of similar knives from around England. Here's a sample of some of the blade plates. These are generally small strips that attach to the back of the plate with inscriptions. Now, there are some potential decorative ones. And as we will see with some of the other elements, there may be some plain ones as well. However, when it comes to these ones, I think the only ones we can really identify are those that have been inscribed or those that are decorated. The one in the bottom right here has a typical Anglo-Saxon epigraphic inscription of May Fechit and the person that produced the knife. The one on the bottom left, I can't remember without my notes. And this one in the top left from Suffolk, which is actually integral to the bolster, also includes a similar inscription to the one from Waterford, which again makes reference to it cutting things, which in this case have been interpreted as the Eucharist. In the bottom left is actually an excavated example from Winchester, and this was one of the few examples that during the original write-up of the Waterford example by Elizabeth Okasha was the only other dated example of a similar looking knife. What's interesting is that there's actually 2 from Winchester, and they've been conflated together, but they have very similar decorative backing strips with this zigzag and dots in the each of the zags, I suppose. I suspect that if there was an undecorated version of these, we're not going to see them because we're not going to recognize them as strips. What is interesting, if we go back to this, the one from Southern Somerset has a set of zigzag patterns on the top of the blade, which we then see replicated, I suspect, in this bottom one here. The bolsters. Now, this one in the top left is actually the object that inspired me to get so into these objects. It has the epigraphic tradition of May Fechit again. This one's from Brenzett in Kent, and it's actually spelled backwards, upwards, rather than top down, which is what they're meant to be. Also, in this case, we see in the top, they've kind of ended up with a bunch of additional space, which they've added saltires with dots in the quadrants. And this is something we will see again. Other examples continue this. So this is the one from Lincolnshire. Again, we just have the FEC of Feckett. And the bottom two are a decorative one and an undecorated one. And I can't be certain these definitely relate, but they are so similar in terms of that hexagonal section that I have included them. And when we get to some of the later bits, I'll explain why. End caps. Now, this one in the bottom left, I think, is really interesting in this respect because it has a similar set of saltires and dots as we saw in the example from Brenzit using up space. These plain ones in the bottom right corner, I can't, again, they are so similar that I've included them, but I cannot be certain. But these can be distinguished from the bolsters by not including any of the integral elements. But as we can see from the top left one, they are very, very similar. Again, that's another one, including the simple Anglo-Saxon epigraphic formats. So I've this simple distribution map just showing where we have the uninscribed ones, the decorated ones, and the undecorated examples. There was a good distribution across England, and then we also see our example from Waterford in Ireland. None from Wales or Scotland as yet, but I suspect we'll see more of these. Now, the epigraphic inscriptions we do see do seem to be very typical of the late Anglo-Saxon period, as do the letter forms, which do really give us some idea of dating, generally being about 1050 or later. This is a very narrow date. That being said, that we do know some of these traditions do seem to be extending into the 12th century. The font from St. Bridget, Ibrederick, and Cumberland includes a runic inscription, but it's still following that I was made by the Meichfachet tradition. Where we do see stratigraphy, we have the Waterford example, which is 12th century. We have the example from Winchester that we have the illustration from, which is which is actually, I think, Winchester 2, which is 97 to 1075. And then there's the other example, which I didn't have a picture of, which is 1250 to 1400. The reality is, the decorated examples, because we've only got these tiny snapshot of what these are, we can't be certain they definitely fit these inscribed groups. But I think they're so similar, and we have the overlaps between the zigzag decoration that I am including them. That does, however, mean that if someone was to say to me, oh yeah, we're only going to include the inscribed ones, well, I've only got the 12th century date from Waterford and the epigraphic information. Elizabeth Akasha has commented on a number of these, and I very much encourage people to go look up her original discussion of the Waterford example, because it's the letter forms are very distinctly this kind of late, very late Anglo-Saxon. So, one of the things that I have been thinking a lot about these objects is how every time we reference them with the PS, we have all of these unstratified examples. We always come back to the Waterford example. Yes, we have the decorated example, but we're still coming back to this beautiful knife here. Now, for many object specialists, many of us have been trying to move away from type specimens. But when you have 23 objects, which is the numbers I have, only 9 of which are inscribed, and only 1 that we have a good stratigraphic dating for, of course we're coming back to Waterford. That's the obvious thing to come back to. That's the one that's well published. That's the one that is complete. So maybe that's fair enough. Maybe that's fine. Small group of objects, okay. When, however, we are dealing with much larger group of objects, much better published, that has a publication we all have on our bookshelves as finds specialists. And we have settled into the idea that that is where we go, that is our dating, that is our types, a bit like these. I do wonder if we're getting stuck, like with these type specimens. You know, Jeff Egan and Francis Pritchard's Dress Accessories in London is a fantastic book. I have about 4 copies between 4 staff members in our bay at work. My own copy is incredibly leafed through, incredibly worn. However, work has been going on since then, and I don't think many of us are necessarily using the new dates, for example, for the early period that Rob Webley has pointed out in his PhD thesis, or thinking about the updates to the London and Thames foreshore dating, which has come out since then by John Schofield and various people like that, that has pointed out that a lot of the datings that we rely on in things like Egan and Pritchard are not really that secure because of the dumping on the Thames and similar. But a lot of us in our day-to-day finds recording, we need to get 20, 30 finds done in a day. I've got Egan and Pritchard. I know what pages to look at, 1200, 1400 annular brooch. Those two at the bottom aren't annular. The dating might not be 1200 to 1400, but how many of those 3,500 brooches on the PAS database are still referring to this? I'm not saying it's not what I do, because I definitely do still go to Egan and Pritchard as my first port of call, but I think we do need to be aware of this and think about how we get stuck coming back to the same find or the same book over and over again, and be aware that other people, you know, many of them sitting in this room are doing really cool research that we want to keep up with. So what do we do now? Well, in the first instance, please let me know if you see any hexagonal bits of knife. I really want more of them. I want to know more about the inscriptions as well, because a lot of them appear to be talking about, you know, the Eucharist, which is nice. And actually, I've just remembered what was on the other one. It's an apotropaic reference to people not taking the knife. And so it'll be really interesting to see more of these. I also would like to get some of the ones that have been corroded over X-rayed so we can try and read the inscriptions. In terms of the wider picture and thinking about those repeated references that we're using, have a read around if you have time. Talk to your colleagues, come to conferences like this. Thanks to Elizabeth Akasha, who pestered me for about 4 years to do something with the Waterford knife bits that I've been collecting. The curators of Waterford Treasures Museum who allowed me to use the picture of the Waterford knife, and all of the finds liaison officers and finders that recorded with the PAS.
Thanks, Joe. That's great. I've got a million questions, but like all the other sessions, we'll save those for the end. Next up, we've got Andrew Richardson, who's another familiar face among PAS. He's recently rejoined PAS, like me. You can't get away from the scheme. So Andrew's going to be speaking on the Linstead Pressbleck die, the significance of a new find from the Kingdom of Kent.
Right, well, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, so this is a really interesting find that came up in 2024. The metal detector find. It is a Pressbleck die stamp. It's for making a design in Pressbleck sheet metal. And it's got an interesting figure on it. I'm going to talk about the significance of the figure, the horned figure, further on. But first of all, I want to talk about, you know, what it signifies as what the object is. What's it designed to do? I will just point out one detail. So obviously you've got the horned figure with a headdress, holding 2 spears and a sword, and apparently depicted in motion, either running or dancing. Just a tiny detail worth pointing out on the sword. It's if you look at in detail, there's actually a ring depicted on the pommel. So this is depicting a ring sword. Now, we're looking at probably late 6th or very early 7th century for this object, but I thought it was interesting to note the depiction of a ring sword, which is obviously an artifact we do find in that period on this device. So I'm going to talk more about the significance of these horned figures in a minute, but first of all I want to talk about a little bit about context and then about what these die stamps might be for. First of all, the find spot, Linstead, small village just off Watling Street in sort of central North Kent. If you look at a distribution of this is the sort of latest map of Anglo-Saxon cemeteries in Kent with the Roman road network superimposed. The find spot is there, so just literally a stone's throw probably from Watling Street. It's so far just a single find in a field. The field's been thoroughly detected by the finder, Stephen Newbury, and his friends. Doesn't seem to be anything else of that period coming up from that field. The topography, it's actually in the base of a valley, doesn't look like a probable location for a cemetery. So at the moment, it's an isolated find. Its best parallel is a die, similar die from Sydlolland in Denmark, which is in much worse condition, but does basically show the same figure with a pair of spears in one hand and a sword downward, a sheathed sword downward in the left hand in motion. They're not identical. If you look at the right foot, you'll see that's a different position, but it's the same image. Now, what is this used for? It's obviously it's a die for making sheet metal plates. What sort of object could it be on? Well, that is a comparison with Paul Mortimer's excellent replica of the Sutton Hoo helmet, and it very closely matches the sort of size and shape of that particular panel on that helmet. So it's not the same design as the Sutton Hoo helmet, so I'm not claiming that this die was for the production of the Sutton Hoo helmet, but it does look highly probable it is for the production of pressplek plates for a pressplek decorated helmet. So we've got a number of those. Obviously, the Sutton Hoo, the Staffordshire Hoard had a pressplek decorated helmet. There is some suggestion that Benty Grange in Derbyshire also had pressplek decorated panels. There's a pressplek decorated panel with the same horned figure from Carnby in Lincolnshire, and there is a die stamp probably for a cheek piece for a helmet from Fen Drayton in Cambridgeshire, and now we have Linstead in Kent. So, you know, that's the collective evidence really for pressplek decorated helmets or the pieces to make them in England. Sutton Hoo, of course, has long been suggested as a Swedish product. The Danes have recently suggested it might be Danish on the basis of die stamps, pressplek die stamps. We now have a pressplek die stamp from Kent. And some people have said to me, well, it could be an import. Yeah, it could be an import. It could. We don't know where this die stamp was manufactured. We do know where it was found. And it was found in Kent, and it's not far from Faversham, which was the Kentish sort of high production centre. It's churning out glass vessels and garnet inlaid brooches and so on. So you've got a high status production centre at Faversham, almost certainly established and maintained by the Kentish royal dynasty. This die stamp is not found very far away. So I do think we can't say that the Sutton Hoo helmet was made in England. It may have been made in Sweden, it may have been made in Denmark, but it may have been made in England, and it may have been made in Kent. There's nothing about those sort of helmets that's technologically impossible for the inhabitants of somewhere like Kent, the craft workers there to make. They're quite capable of making them. And we now have a piece of equipment for the manufacture of those helmets. Obviously, this is a piece of equipment for the manufacture of a helmet that we have not found, but it's tantalizing evidence for the existence of such a helmet. So I think that's pretty important stuff. And certainly we should consider the possibility that helmets like Sutton Hoo helmet were made in England. So what can we say about the horned figure? This is the distribution of them. Plenty in England, plenty in Sweden and Denmark, a scatter of them elsewhere in Europe. Pretty absent from Norway, which is interesting. What does this figure represent? It's been suggested that it may be Woden or figures associated with the cult of Woden. That's been challenged by Lands, who did a big thesis on these in 2021. Truth is, we don't know for sure. These figures are absent, they disappear when Christianity takes hold of an area. It's definitely a pagan figure. Unlike the wolf or bear-headed warriors that they're sometimes associated with, which continue to be depicted in the Christian period, there's something about these that when Christianity firmly takes hold of an area, they stop being depicted. So they are pagan, no question about that. They may be ritual dancers, as depicted perhaps on Sutton Hoo. We're not sure, but they are representing some sort of supernatural entity. If you look at the one on the Valsgard plate, it's guiding the spear or the lance of the mounted warrior. There is another example of one from Scotland and Sweden of a stone inscription of this figure guiding a ship. And we have plenty of examples from England, including now Linstead. And we've got 4 examples now, including Linstead from Kent, including the famous Fingalsham man on the buckle from the cemetery at Fingalsham. It's clearly the same figure being depicted again and again. One of the things I've noted about them is, and we can't say that it is definitely linked to Woden, it could be. They never have armor and they never have shields. And that's interesting because a lot of the other depictions of warriors, including the animal-headed warriors, they do have armor and they do have shields. So is this to do with other attributes a warrior might need? Weapons, for sure. Agility, they're always depicted, usually depicted in motion. And perhaps this weird headdress, which sometimes seems to have these sort of ear-like things. Are the birds' heads to do with vision and that the possible, it could be the back of the headdress, but it could be ear-like. Is that to do with hearing? So is this attributes a warrior needs that aren't armor and shields? I don't know. There's a lot more to be discussed and thought about these, but they're really interesting figures. And this little die is absolutely a fabulous little find. And last month it was declared, that's Stephen on the right who found it, it was declared treasure under the new terms of the Treasure Act that because it's deemed so significant. Wouldn't normally be treasure, but it's deemed so historically significant. So I think it's a wonderful find, and I want to do some more work and research on it, and it's a pleasure to share it with you today.
Superb. Thanks, Andrew. Okay, we come to our last paper of the day, and I'd like to introduce Tuuli from Tallinn University in Estonia, how metal detected finds have contributed to Estonian prehistory.
Yeah, thanks. So it's my pleasure to tell you a little bit how metal detected artifacts have changed our understanding of Estonian prehistory. In this unlikely event that you have forgotten the chronology of Estonian prehistory, here is a quick guide. But basically what you should know that in Estonia, we follow more or less the Nordic chronology. It's a bit different from Central European and Western European one. And we also have our own special periods like the final Iron Age after the Viking Age. But perhaps more interesting for you today is to see the general temporal distribution of metal detected finds in Estonia. Reporting of all metal detected finds is mandatory. So it also explains this graph a bit. That's why the modern period finds clearly dominate. And finds from prehistory hold the second place. But as you can see, Iron Age finds clearly dominate. But I find it really nice that metal detectorists have also found like true Stone Age artifacts such as comber pottery or different types of flint plates. They are not really numerous, but I think it's also very nice that they notice other finds besides metal finds. And of course, they made a big discovery 6 years ago. They discovered the oldest metal object in Estonia, which is also exceptional find in northeastern Europe. But most significantly, we can see that the metal detected artifacts have changed our understanding of the Estonian Bronze Age. As you can see from the graph, since the regulation of the hobby in 2011, there is really significant increase in the number of Bronze Age artifacts. And I have also good news that Walter Lang will publish this book quite soon, and I have borrowed these examples from his book. And this book is in English, so stay tuned. And I think it's a really nice example, this type of access, that the main distribution area is in the South Scandinavia and North German area. There are a few hundreds of them, if I'm not mistaken. And before metal detecting, we had only 2 examples from Estonia. And now with 12 specimens, we can also rethink not only Estonian connections with this main distribution area, but also how it has changed the wider dynamics, what we know about Bronze Age context and so on in the Baltic Sea region. So it's likely that there are more access also from the neighboring countries, but I think it's a really nice example, and this is just one example. There are many more in this book, and there also might be a new type of access that perhaps were made in Estonia, and a few years ago this would be something unheard. No one would have ever believed me. So it's kind of nice with this new evidence we can rethink what we know about Estonia in the Bronze Age, but not only in the Bronze Age. So let's move on to the early Iron Age. As you can see, also the distribution of Iron Age finds is not very even. Late Iron Age clearly dominates. And with early Iron Age, unfortunately, I cannot blow your mind with how it significantly these finds have changed our history. But I think we can clearly say they help to refine the existing knowledge. So most of the early Iron Age finds are pieces of jewelry, some axes, and in my part of Europe, also Roman coins are rather rare types of artifacts. So there are like tens of them, not hundreds or thousands. And more developments can be seen from this late Iron Age perspective, and different patterns can be pointed out. Most of the finds, they represent this sort of a common finds, what we can expect, like different pieces of jewelry, brooches, arm rings, different mounts, belt mounts, and so on. But every year also there are some exciting Viking Age finds, some cool parts of weapons, or some other exciting artifacts. Some new, completely new variations of previously known types, or some exceptional finds in Estonian context. But perhaps what I personally feel is perhaps even more significant is that with this mass of material, and here I mean like tens of thousands of artifacts that we have so far, that we can also see some new patterns, and we can also interpret the find assemblages, and we have discovered, thanks to the metal detectorist, some new types of sites as well. And one good example from the end of this prehistory is that some of the find assemblages really clearly point to cremation burials. that were dominant at that time, including these burnt and broken artifacts. So in my ongoing project, we have been also studying these sites, and there are like 2 observations. I want to point out like one of them. It's not perhaps too important in this current context, but I think it's also nice to point out that sometimes archaeologists have been too eager to interpret some of the small assemblages as burials. But other times, perhaps it's more exciting to point out that we think that the metal detectorists may have found a new type of cremation burials in Estonia. We know that only of 20% of the populations, how they were buried, and there are a lot of discussions how the rest of them were buried. So there are very different options possible, but perhaps also in our project, we found this sort of burial places where quite a significant number of artifacts, quite typical the cremation burials, but they only contained a very few number of human bones. As this case of Tarva, you can see there are like hundreds of artifacts, and our fieldwork, as you can see, we were not sitting around, we were saving all the soil without a lot of test pits and quite massive trenches, and we ended up only like 8 human bones. So it leads us to think that perhaps we should look into these types of find assemblages more in the future. So it might explain how some of the people perhaps were buried. And I wanted to point out that Estonian archaeology is rather small. We have only a handful of archaeologists focusing on artifact studies. So meaning that also this vast body of material, like tens of thousands of metal detected artifacts, they really need to be analyzed in the future. And so far also archaeologists have focused more on the most exciting cases. But as I showed you, this example with this burial case, I think there are like more to be revealed. And so more or less that's what I wanted to say. Yeah.
That's great. Thank you so much, Tuli. Okay, so we've got about 10 minutes for questions. So can I invite speakers back up? And as usual, there'll be a roving mic going around. So if you've got a question, put your hand up and the mic will appear somewhere right at the back.
Hi, this is a question and an observation for Andrew. I was intrigued to see the figure that you were looking at. I wonder, have you considered continuity into the Middle Ages of the figure in different contexts? Because I hear what you say about there not being any evidence of Christian association with that figure, but I can tell you that in one of my churches, I have a 13th century misericord that has an almost identical figure, except it lacks horns, but in every other respect, it is the same. So I just wonder whether actually there might be continuity.
I mean, I think that's Bishop's Ball, isn't it? No, it's not.
Wingham.
Oh, Wingham. Okay. We'll have to go and have a look. I think the very specific elements of those figures with the horns, particularly the horns terminating in birds' heads, and the weapons and so on, do seem to disappear once. So once Christianity sort of firmly I mean, they're certainly in 7th century Anglo-Saxon England or the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, but they don't make it to the end of the 7th century in England. And in Scandinavia, they carry on much later, but when those areas do become Christian, that figure does seem to disappear. So it does seem to be something that doesn't, and they're not present, for instance, in Merovingian, Francia or anything like that. So it does seem to be a pagan figure that is taboo in sort of Christian terms. So I'd be surprised if, and the absence of the horns would probably mean that whatever it is in Wingham isn't that figure. But obviously it's worth us going and having a look and seeing what we think that could be.
Yeah, some really great topics there. Particularly, well, more or less for me, an observation than a question, I suppose, inspired by Joe's topic. Particularly, you're talking about how research has changed so much and we rely on these, in some ways, okay, only 30, 20 years old, but in many ways antiquated, particularly in fields of study that have made great leaps forwards in those past decades. It's particularly the case for lithics, where my research, I see a lot of antiquated terms being used currently modern day, by finds liaison officers, and that's totally understandable. And I guess the observation is for specialists to reach out more, actually. So it needs to be a two-way communication, not just from flows to specialists and flows to these niche research reports hidden in antiquated journals, but also for these specialists to come to the finds liaison officers, because often it's the cutting edge of archaeology and the cutting edge of new typologies that are actually being made and identified by finds liaison officers, as the other topics have demonstrated here, that actually this is in many ways one of the most exciting parts of archaeology, where these finds are being made unlike other contexts. So yeah, just an observation. And I guess also the question would be, how would you encourage specialists to reach out? How would you extend that branch to those specialists to come to you and educate you, perhaps, or you educate them, as you've seen with your work on the knife or with the Pressblech? Yeah, it's really interesting. So thank you.
I think Ian already tried to rope you in for stuff, so like that. But also just having these round tables, particularly cross-specialism chats. I mean, you were talking about reaching out to the PS with the Flint stuff, and I know the Working Bone Research Group have been trying to make those links as well. And for someone that was a flow to move to contract archaeology, there is like a big shock of material change, but I have ended up knowing more about iron material than I did when I was a flow, and more about work bone. So it's like having those continued lines of communications, or like Andrew coming back again.
Yeah. I mean, what I would say to specialists, if you're looking at PAS records, you're thinking, oh, they're not getting that quite right, that's a bit outdated. And we're very conscious, all of us, that we're good. We all have our strengths and weaknesses. We can't be experts at everything, so we're doing our best and we're very busy. But what I would say is, we are accessible. Our contact details are on the past database. And I think we are all interested in doing better. And if you think there's some issues, reach out to us and we'll respond, because we all want to see the same thing that everybody wants to see, is the very best quality records on the database. And the database being it is already a fantastically powerful research tool, and we want it to be as good as it can be. And we welcome help with doing that.
Hello, this is for Andrew. What an amazing find that is. I just wanted to say, look at another artifact that's also very associated with metal detecting. Look at the gold brackets, because you will find that snake-like feature with a bird's head on the brackets. So that's sort of looking back.
Yeah, no, I mean, I want to do a lot more work around the Pressblech die, because I think, it's the first thing we've had really in Kent that's allowed us to legitimately talk about the Sutton Hoo helmet, which
well, you did have the Fingalsham buckle.
Yeah, we've got the Fingalsham buckle and so on. So I think with this new find, it's a catalyst to me to really get stuck into what these horn figures are and how they relate to the other sort of imagery of the period, including the Bracteates, of course, and we've got lots of Bracteates in Kent.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of thinking to do and a lot of networking to do. And I'm a member of the Saxon Symposium, so I've got access to all the specialists across sort of the northern world for that. So, and I'm probably going to present a poster on it at the Saxon Symposium in Aberdeen in September.
Absolutely.
So it's an important find and needs a lot of thinking about.
Right, I think there's right at the back online, there's a question. Trust me, these little press black dies make good gift shop items as well.
Yeah, definitely.
We have a question online for Philip, which asks, do moustaches appear on other stone heads in the Iron Age or later periods?
So I didn't quite hear that.
Do moustaches appear on other stone heads in the Iron Age or later periods?
Yes, on the continental example, there's a moustache, very stylized, Latin style curves. I can't, if, as I'm suggesting, the only clear indication of an Iron Age date for one of these archaic stone heads is the cigarette holes, then I can't think of another one with a cigarette hole and a moustache. But we only have a handful anyway. Yes, occasionally we do see moustaches, but not often.
Estonian question, but first I would just like to say fantastic to see everybody together talking about the fantastic research which is done, but please don't forget about us detectorists. We really desperately want to be involved in the research, and you know, the more that we can be included, the better. And when I came to do the talk at Brussels 2 years ago, I was really excited. I found I'd set out before the trench goes down at Sutton Hoo this wonderful signal. And it did turn out, after I'd been to Brussels to give you a talk to everyone, that it was the bottom of the Brunswell bucket, the 6th century Byzantine, an African hunting scene being buried in the English landscape since 580. So we can do wonderful, wonderful things if you include us in your projects and such. But Estonia, I understand that any detectorist who wants to be involved has to first go through a course. Is that right? And is it being successful?
Yeah, I think that's one of the key things in Estonian system, that there is this mandatory training, and it's quite thorough. It's approximately 40 hours of training covering all different kinds of topics, what you should do in case you find an explosive, starting from this topic, to this very conservating finds and everything. And they also introduce different like Stone Age finds, non-metal finds, and I think it's one of the main reasons why metal detectorists or hobbyists are quite aware that they should also look for other hints as well, not just only focus on their beeps. Mm-hmm.
Right, okay. I've got one question actually for you, Andrew. Obviously this object was treasure under the new law of significance. How did the finders, did they kind of understand that? Were they happy about that? Was it an easy process to discover that it was that significant?
Well, we thought, when it came in, it was apparent to me just how potentially significant it was. And initially, I took the find in, actually I wasn't FLO at the time, but took the find in and worked with Isabel, who was the Kent FLO at the time, jointly to get it recorded and so on. And then, with the new criteria under the Treasure Act for significance, we thought, well, this could pass that threshold. And so I spoke to the finder, and he was really excited about that, and he was really positive about that, and fully supported, us putting it in to the Treasure Department, and they thought about it, and obviously the curators at the BM looked at it and thought about it, Sue Brunning and Kevin Leahy and so on. and we were able to craft a report that convinced the coroner that it was that significant, and it was declared treasure in May. But yeah, the finder was absolutely involved in that discussion from the start, and was very enthusiastic and supportive of it. I mean, we've had 2 significance cases in Kent declared treasure now, and there's only been a handful across the country. So I think most detectorists would, be really, really pleased to find something that falls under treasure under that definition, I think. And it's hoped that the Canterbury Museum will acquire it. It was the lamp, the foot lamp from Lynn.
Fabulous. Okay, I think it's about 25 past. Do we? So, look, should we give just a warm welcome? Thank you for the 4 speakers. And Ian, hand over to you.
Great. It's my privilege just to extend thanks to everyone for this fabulous day. I realize now, Anushka, that I failed at my task of doing a mic check, but hopefully everyone can hear me all right. This conference has really succeeded in bringing together colleagues from across Europe who are working on or interested in and indeed making finds. And I hope it's provided a venue for the forging of new relationships as well as the renewal of old ones. Of course, to touch on something that Keith just raised, this conference wouldn't have been possible without the contribution of those people who are making new discoveries of archaeological small finds. As we've heard, there's mostly metal detector users, although lots of people gathering lithics as well, and sharing them with us, whether voluntarily or as part of a legal requirement. I think I can speak for everyone when I thank them for coming forward with their finds, or indeed recording them themselves. In addition to providing an opportunity for us to all learn from one another, events like this are important because they help demonstrate the ongoing relevance to academic research of public finds and the various systems for recording them, or not recording them, as we've heard, and how they make a tangible difference in our ability to understand more about the past. I think it's vital to show that we're not recording archaeological finds simply for the sake of it, but that the information garnered contributes to real insights, and that ultimately, working with finds is of huge public benefit. Conferences like this go a long way towards providing that evidence, so thank you to all involved who made this happen. Thank you to our hosts, the Society of Antiquaries, for furnishing this wonderful setting, which I hope you've all appreciated, especially to Anushka Lester, Annabelle Harrison, Molly Pye, Ruth Lancaster, Jojo, and Aga for carrying out so much of the admin behind the event, all the work they've had to put in today to facilitate every aspect of our logistics, supplying us with the AV and the catering, and making the program available online as a live broadcast. We're really, really grateful. Thank you to my colleagues in the Portable Antiquities and Treasure team at the British Museum for helping with this, particularly Jessica Romano and Claire Costin for taking care of much of the admin on our end, and for all the help today for ensuring things have run so smoothly. Thank you to Michael Lewis and Susie Thomas, who put together the idea for this conference, as we've heard, and who organized the original program and pitched the idea to the Society of Antiquaries, and who have, of course, been involved in the sessions today. Further to that, thank you to the wider European Public Finds Recording Network for agreeing to run this conference jointly with the PAS. Thank you to you all, conference attendees, those of you here in person who've braved the rain and the tube strikes and making it such a lively event. And thank you to those online who've also engaged with us. It wouldn't happen if we were just, talking to an empty void. So thank you ultimately to our presenters and the session chairs, because I realize how much work it is to put your research together into a talk and then to deliver it to us. So, tusen tak, tak skal du ha, vielen Dank, herzlichen Dank, Suetanu, bardzo dziękuję, Gurev Maagut, and Papuliev. Thank you.